Hello. Good morning, everybody. Sorry about that. I was trying to figure out why my camera wasn't working. I think I got it though. All right. What's up? I'm going to start off the day by just unreasonably jacking people's tits for fun. Um, First off, CVV Web just taking off, picking up quite an unusual amount of volatility outside of the norm, indicating illiquidity in foreign markets. And then if you guys remember, a little while back, we discussed a possible margin call occurring back here during this gamma exposure window in November. That's why we didn't see a lot of volume. Well, we know FINRA deferred any margin calls that would have occurred during that period out 60 days. That's today. No Epic Pen. Goddamn son of a bitch. Piece of shit. Fucking turned it on, too. There we go. I'm not pooping, you popcorn trader. And did anybody see what happened with Netflix last night? Anyway, back to the market. If today is goodbye, jack us one more time, baby. Thank you, Bear Power. Appropriate. I mean, Netflix wasn't a fucking sell off from bad earnings. I don't know if it was a liquidation, but it sure wasn't from their earnings. And when the media starts lying about why things are happening, I like to pay attention. You're welcome, Optimus Prime. I do my best. Does it mean anything? Not necessarily. But it's fun to think about. Thanks, Matt Cross. Ding ding. The pushback from Apex Clearing versus DRS is sus. I disagree. I think it is yet another thing being blown out of proportion. First of all, I checked the IRS's list of non-bank trustees approved as of January 3rd, 2022. Sorry. Swallowing. Computershare is not on there. So since they're not a retirement trustee, I don't know how a bank would facilitate a transfer to them from a retirement account. Now, as far as Apex Clearing goes, ACATS transfers are not a guarantee. So as you can see here, this is the IRS non-bank trustees approved for 2022. Maybe Computershare hasn't been approved yet, and that's why. But as you can see here in the C's, you will not find Computershare. And then in addition to that, a transfer through ACATS takes about 6 days, but they're not guaranteed, and they can be reversed if one of the transfer parties defaults. So if Apex, who's a clearinghouse, is pulling back transfers, that can be due to the transfer failing on the broker side, which means the broker doesn't actually have the share. It could be the transfer of the share has failed somewhere else in the system. But a clearinghouse is not only allowed to pull back transactions, they can cancel them as well because they facilitated them, and they're all fast members. So I don't think it's all that suspicious. It's interesting that, maybe Ally's actually lending their shares without permission. All right. So here we're going to run into a thing here. Big fish out of water. Computer share, not a fucking brokerage. Like, definitively, they are not a licensed brokerage. Also, things are happening. Coffee House, if you're just gonna spam DRS the float in the chat without any actual substance, I'm just gonna time you out. Good morning, Jason. Much better, Fluffiosa. The Motley Fool Index, their ETF is on the NYSE threshold list. Nice. Is that number 4 now? So today hopefully turns into a fight for 125. Yes. What happened to XRT? Someone tried to kill it. A bunch. The whole market fell. That's what happened. Where's the spy? I don't have the colored chart thing up, but it's in the correction zone. Like, if this would have been the indicator and this would have been correction 1, it would be in correction 2 right now. If it falls below the 180 EMA, was that the 180? That would be very concerning. I mean, the Motley Fool one contains like a bunch of the meme like stocks, like I think BlackBerry and um, AMC, GME. Intel just announced a $100 billion chip facility in the US this morning. Yeah, they've been talking about that for a little while, haven't they? Apex doesn't need consent to reverse DRS. They can just cancel the ACATS transfer. It won't work till we have 70% of the float DRS. Well, that's not working for DDS, is it? DDS has 70% of their float DRS. And an even smaller float. You're still holding loop ring? Probably. Also, for your paid subs, is there any insight into the scanners you have set up? Absolutely not. I make money off those. I'm not sharing them with people for any amount of money. Um, Thoughts on Riot? I mean, BTC took a big hit overnight. It'll rally when BTC does. Apex can reverse DRS orders that have already been completed, potentially weeks ago. That's super sus. Why? They're a clearinghouse. If the transfer doesn't clear, or if they're retirement account transfers and computer share is not a non-bank trustee approved by the IRS, there's there's some things there, right, that need to be discussed instead of just the answer being this is super sus. Look for reasons it's not first. Gray, DDS has beat earnings expectations like all year. So yes, their stock behavior is bullish for their shareholders. A Bitcoin Tesla bro text thread gave me straight up intervention last night over GameStop loop ring. They're concerned. Interesting, Shaggy Chip. Do they know that Bitcoin's below 40 and Tesla's below 975? I don't think they have to do shit today. I think today they're going to try to keep us under 110 because that's in their best interest. Son of a bitch. Thank you so much for the donation. Postmaster, you think I can get Sir Mix-a-Lot to play at my birthday party? Is he still around? Shaggy Chip, Moana. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Shaggy Chip, still for Moana. Very much appreciated. They're widely known like scanners that you can set up. It's just I don't know. I don't scan for maybe necessarily the usual things. You can scan for things like pre-market volume, um, near all-time high, near all-time lows. So do we bounce back from this dip? Probably after they sell all the puts, same as yesterday, and after we dip more, I would imagine. Where's your accent from? I don't know. I'm from New York. Oh, it's in the crypto channel, James, on the Discord. If you want to see it, it's written by Cool Daddy. You can probably check his post history and find the DD on HNT. Demand zone scanners are best. Always keeping it real and never being worried about going against the grain. Pillar, staple, necessary. Much love. Thank you, Kev. Christy, long enough to have your child. Thank you so much. All of you guys, 9 months. Congratulations on your pregnancy. Dear Cordell, I'm not afraid of double digits. Jamie isn't going anywhere. Get fucked. Love the Dans. Thank you, Dan Almighty / Philadelphia wife. Can Reg Show or XRT come off Reg Show without price improvement? I mean, it's still on there, so let's say no until it does. What about the $3.3 trillion of options expiring today? I mean, that was a bit. Sure. They still expire today. Do you think maybe the start of the short volume being low is the point that short hedge funds expect the price to rise back up in this cycle? Generally, generally our dips in daily short volume occur before we run to the upside. Sounds like you're from the valley, but I'm not. Honestly, I think I've always sounded like this, even before I lived in California. Is there any evidence of institutional selling at all in the past year? Tons of it. Institutions have sold shitloads of GameStop all over the place. Vanguard's bought more. BlackRock has half, maybe 40% of what they had back in January. Fidelity sold out after January. Rentec bought in and sold out. Did you make the decision yet on whether you will try to DRS a few shares or just help out with options? If I want to DRS shares, I can. It's not like I don't have a computer share account. I can do it at any time. What's the rush? How likely is it they carry the risk of internalization over the next week? Really unlikely, right? I mean, so yesterday they started exercising in the money puts. And we saw this because we saw no volume and yet a drop in OI on several strikes. The last time I saw them exercising puts in mass was last February, on like the, was it like the 22nd, 23rd of last February, if I remember correctly. That creates positive pressure in the GEX for the following week, because a lot of those puts that they're exercising are like 50, 60 delta. And so by exercising them, they're forcing the market maker to find additional shares to sell, or they're, or forcing the market maker to cash settle, which causes, positive performance on the GEX on the other side. So it's kind of the same as exercising a naked call, right? And that like the market maker has to go and find more shares. So it's interesting that they're now applying additional, like they don't usually do this because it applies pressure to the GEX, right? And so they don't want the stock to bounce the following week. But it lets them continue to drive the price down even more. So it's, I don't know. It's interesting that they're doing it. We'll see if it matters. Still believe in next week. They're winding the stock pretty tight right now, so when it does release, it could be big. We'll see. My expectations are tempered. There's also a shitload of puts being closed today. Do you think there will be other major dips like Netflix on Monday if there was a margin call? It's possible. Or they'll just occur during market hours. We saw the SPY lose a shitload of value yesterday. Tesla. If there was a margin call that was deferred, what time would you cover if in their shoes? I have no idea. Doesn't matter as long as they do. If they're exercising puts, where do they get the puts to sell to the shares to sell to the put seller? If they're exercising puts, the put seller has to sell shares, or just cash settle. So it can just take cash. Puts are secured with cash, not shares. So there's no deliverable except cash, right? So if technically speaking, if you exercise a put, the writer of the contract can just give you money. 99.69. With all these pressures going to be released, would picking up weeklies today be prudent? Weeklies remain risky. You think we're going below 92 today? If so, I'll keep spare underwear nearby. I'll keep spare underwear nearby if so. Oh. Trying to prepare for my day appropriately. Smox, it's possible. There's that gap that I talked about down at like 91. So, and there's technical supports down at, let's see, 98, 92, 88, and then below that 40. Netflix fee went up 30%, so I ended my sub. Not worth it. Fair. Since DRS has become mainstream, the price has dropped $130. I don't think that's related. You tempering expectations is a little frightening. I mean, I have to, right? It's only logical to temper expectations when they're like flash crashing the stock. It's okay, T Walker. I'm ready to fucking buy more if it slips below my cost basis. Don't worry. Yeah, all their investors bailing ship at the same time in the middle of the night. Aship. How those Feb 18s looking? Cheap. Are you selling CSPs? Maybe at the bottom. Like, I might sell ones that close today if we get a bounce. Are you not entertained? Oh. My options are down less percent than my shares. Well, yeah. That's because of their theta value. Check view up on $2 puts January 2023. How would I check view up on puts? No, actually, I probably can. Okay. Someone bought a block of them, so it spiked view up. It's not really shocking. When you're looking at like a chart for an individual contract, they're going to be super volatile. I'm going to buy more. I just think it might drop more, Paris. I'm not buying them on here though. I'm fucking up my 69 shares. Except it doesn't do that gray. It's just like it's like a mantra or a dream, but there's no evidence that backs up that claim. Can you ASMR this sweet dip for me? Worth $97. I've walked through the Valley of Mayo and endured the 3 trials of the Lady VWAP. After walking the path, I am now President Darth Dan Phoenix of the Lady VWAP Riku. 2 videos on Pigeon Whale. One is my story. Second is the chug. Please watch chug. All right. For some of you guys, you've never seen prices this low on GameStop, and you should be happy that you're so lucky to enjoy this super cheap entry. God damn it, where'd it go? There it is. Oh boy. He's gone full Dan. Why are you drinking? I'm trying to buy more contracts on the dip, and you're drinking the fucking red away, Darth. Also, is that a man's shirt or a woman's bathrobe? Not that I care, but where did you get either one of those things? It was, I'm happy for you, Darth. Also, how's your dad, man? Is he doing better? You ignored my membership anniversary. I didn't, but I might have. Why isn't it still up? What'd you say? Just tell me what you said, Elon. First, Darth's not Dan's mod ban story arc, and now the return of Danrod's goat throat. What's next? Who knows? Did I finally hit a 0 DTE right at the bottom? I hope so, Light K. 2 March 18 C3 under 3 grand. Nice, dude. Are your diminished expectations due to the price drop, or is there more to it? I thought this significant drop was expected at some point. Yeah. Well, a significant drop is expected before a short squeeze. Is this that? There's really no way to tell until we short squeeze. That's kind of like a hindsight thing. Check shift surge. Did people go ham? Looks like just shitloads of puts. In the money puts. Man's shirt with cold water fish on it and a scarf. He is. They're changing to a day by day approach and not moving straight into an amputation. Not best case, but very good news considering. Awesome. Well, I mean, at least there's hope for it, right? I'm glad to hear that, man. Also, thanks for letting me know about the shirt. Why are Feb 18s more favorable than Feb 11s? I mean, I wouldn't be buying Feb 18s at this point. I've got Feb 18s, but I wouldn't be buying. If I was entering new positions, I'd be buying out in March. Because the Feb 18s are going to start to hit their theta curve in the next few days. And I'm going to roll my Feb 18s on probably the 26th, just because there's some possibility we run here and not on the 25th. But if we're really just super flat through the 25th, I'm gonna roll on the 25th. So it's kind of up in the air, 25th, 26th. I'm still not sure yet. But yeah, I'm gonna roll those out to March on that date. Just to avoid that theta drop off. Right? Because like what value is in the contracts is basically purely theta at this point. And I'd rather maintain that by moving it out to the March contracts that are still, doing okay. Feb 11s will lose theta very, very quickly. Can you check options? You like they spent 5 mil in the last 30 minutes. About 6. Darth is Dan again. And praise be to VWAP. And praise be to the Dans. Could it be so that it won't rip until it closes that gap around 91? It's possible. It's possible they're aiming for that. Shares are still worth plenty of money, no expiration. I mean, technically, if you have long dated calls and you have shares right now, your shares would be down more than your long dated calls for the most part. You're correct, but shares also carry risk. It's not like shares are risk free. I didn't ignore your membership anniversary, Elon. I clearly missed it. Just repeat what you said. Thank you so much for being a member. I appreciate you, even if I don't like the cars you make or the penises you shoot into space. Don't have extra capital to spend when rolling to maintain the number of contracts. Or do you still think rolling is a good idea? Yeah, you just lose leverage. That's how it goes. If you're not going to add additional capital to the position to pay for the extra theta, then you have to reduce leverage. At what price are you a buyer of shares? Between like 87 and 79, I would probably buy a considerable number. As the price gets lower, it becomes easier to DRS the float, yet you still see no advantage to this outcome. Why? I don't think it does anything. I think it's a big waste of time. It only drives illiquidity at best. I don't think they care about borrowing your shares. They have plenty of synthetics and they can always make more. Give me your take on Shift Search. It's fine. It's probably the best free options data you're going to get. Why are Feb 18s more favorable? I already answered that. I did like a whole thing and I drew on the screen for you, Rober. Rewind the stream if you missed it. Happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday, Pickle Daddy. I, for one, at jacked because another glorious day. I'm buying and holding GME. Riku. Thank you, Jets fan. Appreciate that. What's the difference between VIX and VXX? VXX tracks VIX futures, I believe. VIX is just the index. So one's an ETF. Thank you to the people in the Discord. I would respond, however, posting the videos with caps caused me6 to time me out for the foreseeable future. Praise be to the Lady VWAP. Riku, feels just right to say that. Go in here and do server things. This is bullshit. You were unmuted, Darth Dan. DRS doesn't expose ETF share creation. It costs $40 to DRS. Although it depends on your brokerage. Good entry point for cat right now with earnings a week away. I think it could fall lower. I'm going to get back on that cat gravy train pretty soon. I'm very excited. AMC taking a fucking bath. Nice. Because if the entire float gets DRS'd, it proves fraud, and then something will have to be done. Why? You have to have this fucking conversation all day. How? How does it prove fraud? And who cares? You think they don't know that the float is owned? So the SEC is gonna be like, oh shit, we didn't realize. And then they're gonna what? Do what the SEC normally does, which is fuck all. How much does it cost you to roll your Feb options contract? Asking for a friend. Just look at the date you want to roll it to and subtract your current value of your option from the option that you want to purchase. Everyone gets bearish when the price goes down, but this has happened over and over again to this stock. You would think that holding for so long would give people patience. Nope. Removing liquidity will help if you're bullish in the long term. I mean, the stock will just go up anyway, right? If there's a massive turnaround in an NFT marketplace. Theories on why Ally Bank is unregistering customers' GME shares is DRS isn't working. What? No. I don't think Computer Share is an approved retirement trustee. Because they're not a broker. So there may be other issues there that people aren't looking into because they just want to be like, they're trying to stop me from DRSing. How could your IRL friends react to fiddling out that you're the cult leader of an adjacent group that praises a stock indicator, or do they already know of your leadership in this cult adjacent group? I don't really talk to people about it. I'm not saying you guys are an embarrassment. Chris George, welcome to Cornichon. Thank you so much.
Welcome to Cornichon.
I just arrived to see Jimmy at sub $100. What's happening? It's on sale. I'm going to go out on a limb here, but I think we're sub 100 because the price is dropping. You can't DRS an ETF. Any harm in putting shares back into my brokerage from CS? I don't know. It's up to you, man. JFresh was on Discord and says he doesn't see anything that points to them re-entering their swap positions. Can you talk about this? And what do you think they will do to hedge? Just ignore JFresh. He's probably drunk and horny. It's just he's just stirring up shit. At least for now. There's a lot of questions to be raised still. Let's set a buy for $92. Okay. For the gap fill? DRSing the whole flow is undeniable proof for every person in the world that fraud is happening. How's that not a big thing? Because no one cares about the fraud. Gary Gensler was part of the crowd that celebrated with cake the year anniversary of having repealed Glass-Steagall. Glass-Steagall? Yeah. What price did you mention you would buy more GME at? Ideally, like 87. How concerned are you with all the institutional selling? Not really. Charlie's a nut job. And many of the things he said about DRS are false. Is GameStop one of them? Paris. If Apex is turning around DRS transfers because the transfer has defaulted, that's even more bullish, right? Everyone should be super stoked. I feel DRS is simply a ploy to get people to avoid paper handing. I mean, that's a lot of the psychology behind it. Is this the financial crash? Getting there. Getting there real quick. Speaking of that. Couldn't contain myself. Fair enough. Why are we not concerned about institutional selling? Well, because they've been sold out for quite some time. Is there like current institutional selling? Maybe, but they don't own much, frankly. Most of the shares held institutionally are in ETFs. Yeah, we're back in that zone where my TA is correct again. Are we in the demand zone yet? I mean, there's a gap slightly below us. At what point would you consider it a crash? I'm always in the red, so it's hard to tell. Um, Monday will be important. 440 is pretty significant. Um, I think anything below 430 is, I mean, shit. We're already coming up on it pretty quick. I think anything below like 430, 420, it's tricky for the market to crash right now. I think I've discussed this with you guys in the past, but a lot of people loaded up down here, right, on the last one. And so even though we're like the market's down, it's not inducing panic because a lot of people are way the fuck up. Um, I mean, you can see just from the volume alone, right? So normally I would say, if the S&P is slipping below its like 180 or 200-day moving average, that it's pretty fucked, right? But I mean, it's possible we just get down to like 420-ish and bounce. Like the market's just really resilient because of that crash in 2020. Well, I guess it was a crash. Yeah, and entropy on GameStop is at all-time lows, so it's considered a fairly low risk investment right now as well. Why Apex reversing IRA DRS? Because DRS doesn't work. Lol. I mean, they could just be reversing it because the transfers defaulted and they're allowed to through ACATs or ACATs. Um, or maybe it's because the computer share isn't a retirement custodian per the IRS as of January 3rd of this year. Hey, can you tell your dad JPAD to turn the printer back on? We'll see what he does. I mean, I hope he just takes advantage of the fact that the market's already dropping and just slams rates up to like 1%. Because like we'll correct more, but our like bounce back will be much more sustainable. You see the TA about us going down to 48? It's possible. That's our next support if we fall through like $88. There's really no other support. Maybe 68? I don't know. I'm just gonna buy a shitload more GameStop if that happens though. Looks like we're bouncing on 92.72 right now. Girk, hold me. You'll be fine. Charlie's never been right about anything. Seed & Co doesn't own CS. They're a DTCC fast participant. They're a publicly held company, and Seed doesn't fucking own them. Anyway. If you didn't have any contracts, would you be waiting until Monday to buy some? If I didn't have any contracts, I'd be buying them on the dip. I don't know if I'd wait till Monday. Can you explain what I'm seeing with the widening channel indicator rising out to the top? It means that GME is not priced the same across all markets. So that deviation you're seeing from like the US dollar price means that in foreign markets or other markets where GameStop is traded, London, Germany, etc., GME is trading at a higher price than it currently is in the US, which means that there is an arbitrage gap to the upside. As that arbitrage widens, it becomes more likely for a short squeeze to occur as it passes through the first and up to the second signal line, because that implies that there's a significant amount of illiquidity in the stock because no one's taking advantage of the arbitrage. So arbitrage is normally closed very quickly, right? Because it represents free money essentially, because you can buy shares in market X and sell in market Y for more money. And so when that's not being closed, when that gap isn't being closed, it means that it can't be. It was an indicator derived from the VW short squeeze because there were no shares available, and the arbitrage kept widening exponentially. And then when people moved on that arbitrage opportunity, it triggered a short squeeze. If you're adding 5K of new capital, would you average down Febs or enter into March? From like a few days ago, actually, forward, I would only be looking at March and later. Feb 18s are going to start to hit their theta fall off, and unless they start to realize value very soon, they're not a good contract to enter now. Because so many people say they're not in it for the squeeze on Chargebox, but they really are. The vast majority of people that bought into GameStop bought in to get rich. So I can clip about the Apex thing so you don't have to keep explaining it. I probably should. The reasoning for this Jan run up, FTD pile up, same reasoning for the 90-day cycle run up that happens every Feb, May, August, November. People seem to have more faith in Feb 20 run than Jan. Super funny right now because we're red. I mean, that's fair. Like the OPEX runs have been more consistent than the anomalies. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to run. The anomaly in October and early November was consistent with the previous year. I don't see why this one would be any different. What should you go up to? I'll stream earnings. Can you check the spread on DDS? It's getting green at the money. Interesting. Or at the moment. Bid ask spread's about 74, 73 cents. It's for the better that people have more interest in Feb OPEX. Ideally, they'll buy further dated calls with more delta. Then again, they may just buy weeklies. It's true. It's easier to time the OPEX dates with weeklies than it is to time the anomalies because of the way they can obfuscate covering FTDs through internalization. I feel resigned and almost sad. You've shown awareness in the markets, so broaden your shoulders and let your voice out. We hang together in there. 9 million, Feb 18, 195 puts on shift search. Notional, Mac attack. Why would you be sad? GameStop's cheap right now. It bounced up at like 192 or 92. It's buy more. Average down. I know some of you fuckers have like $250 cost bases. Averaging down 50% per share or more is not a bad thing. What's the criteria for upward halts? It's like what is it, 5%? No, 10%. SPY 11 million volume spike. Was this last time RSI was this low on the daily scale ever? This may be Well, it's the first time since August that the RSI 14 struck 30. Before that, mm, February of 2020, February and July of 2020, or February and January of 2020. Sorry. So August this last year, August 5th, um, and actually it might be below. So maybe not since January 2020, before the COVID crash. That was back when Melvin was still fucking balls deep in their short position and continuing to short. Is it bullish that we're sub 100? I mean, it's not good that the long calls got knocked out of the money, like the short puts. So the short puts at 100 are bleeding now. Um, those are the bullish bet. That's what was holding our like 104 floor. So we fell below those, but these are further out. Um, we may come back up above 100 today. There's a lot more interest in GameStop at these prices. Volume's already at 2 million. It's only 10:30. I should probably update Reddit. I don't think I did. 1 second. I wonder if they're moving out of their 110 puts because they've got the price so low right now. Okay, see, so now some 100 puts are being purchased. $510 put, $500 put, $110 put. Yep, they're still just driving the price down as much as they can. XRT ripped green. cool. Yeah, it's coming up nicely. It's a lot of volume for XRT. Hmm. Is it weird that DDS is up $5? Not necessarily. GME 99.98% off? But off exchange? Shit. Is Turd around? Turd's here. Ooh. Very nice. Turd, do you have the dark pool volume for today? Just curious. Can you explain volume spikes on the dips when we assume not many are selling and the volume was so dry previously? Oh, there's more options churn, Jeffrey. So there's more bona fide market making going on because options interest is way up. And we're seeing the hedging and de-hedging of options positions. Sweep 49.2%, dark pool 43.0%. Thank you, Turd. What's the advantage of keeping the price at $99.99? Psychologically, it incentivizes people to buy rather than pricing it at 100. That's why if you go to the grocery store, things will cost like $4.99 instead of $5. Yeah, IBKR does US options. I've heard something about Four Loko and an Applebee's. Is this a true story? Could you maybe revisit this story? I got I got shit faced at it wasn't at a Fridays, it wasn't an Applebee's, but things happened. $4.99 is so much cheaper than $5. I wonder if I should pick up some Jan 28. Fucking Ivy is going way up. This 50-cent put's going to expire worthless regardless of whatever price movement or volatility happens. Pretty much. Unless IV picks up significantly. I mean, really significantly. Those were bought when IV was already very high. They were bought as a hedge, but yeah, they're just going to expire worthless. It's kind of meaningless. Shouldn't diamond hitting the big customer base, fan base be bullish sentiment for instructions to buy? I mean, apes won't sell, and apes ready to make business with GS. Also, RC's turnaround. What? I mean, the biggest problem there is no one's announced a fucking turnaround. Should I start to roll my Feb 18 calls on Wetzel's Pretzels? Chat volume is acting really strange. Bots, I don't know. Is my limit order for 69.69 doomed? It's not looking great. I'm sort of sad that I didn't keep my Tesla puts until this morning. But I did sell lower than open, so I guess that's a plus. Damn, did I call the bounce? How close was I? It even went a little below. GameStop making me not trust my analysis. That was a nice BlackRock DDoS attack on YouTube. Girk showing signs of AI aggression patterns. Hedgy puppet confirmed. I got you. Spy crash canceled. Sipping on piss. I mean, where are you getting your buy side, like buy sell ratio data from? If you're getting it from brokerages, especially retail ones, you're looking at their order flow, which is only really representative of retail trading. So if Fidelity's showing like buy to sell 8-1, that's because people in Fidelity are buying 8-1. That's not because like that's what's going on in the market. Like they're not reporting like the NYSE like buy sell ratio. You'd have to pay for that. You'd have to pay big bucks. But if it's always 50% every day, doesn't that say something? Yeah, that people aren't selling for the most part. Well, if it's 5-1, then 5 people aren't selling and 1 is. Market crash? More like all-time high incoming. Yeah. I do suspect still that it's unlikely we see a crash. For the reasons I explained earlier. Don't forget that we're probably also in the middle of SLD. And historically, that drops the shit out of the market price. That plus some, bearish news back here really exacerbated this drop. But, we drop on basically the 20th of every fucking month, right? November, December. November was deferred because of Thanksgiving. But December, I think October we actually rallied. So yeah, we inversed in October, but then September 20th drop, August 20th drop, July drop, June drop, May drop, April, not much, not much in April, pretty stable. But yeah, March drop, Feb, a little bit. July, well, as we all know, GameStop's negative beta. But yeah, don't forget we're in an SLD period, I think is the most important thing to remember here. So that's exacerbating the conditions that we're seeing in the market. That's a bullish reversal and it's confirmed. Hold on. I'm trying to remember from yesterday. $10.56. Can you do a how to find the sell button video? I have no idea where to find it. I mean, there's one right there. There's a bunch of them. Every broker has one. I think you'll be okay. I wonder if you bought more with this delicious dip. It would be so cool if you posted a special unexpected update with 300,000 shares. It would be pretty fucking cool, wouldn't it? I don't know. So all this DRS noise about Apex is actually only in relation to IRAs and not regular transferred shares, as far as I'm aware. Yes. Although there are a lot of posts about it, I obviously haven't read them all, but the ones I've seen seem to be related to IRA transfers. I just have like a tablet and I use Epic Pen, but it's fucking hot garbage. Do longs have most power to punish internalization in the money puts on Friday for monthlies due short hedge fund money being spent all week on puts? Would large institutional investment be very impactful right now? Yeah, it would be. If longs push through those put walls today, that could put a lot of fucking pressure on next week. Supplemental liquidity deposit schedule per FINRA. Slidacious. Confirms bullish reversal. A test of the previous high or above it. Technically, the reversal was confirmed here at our when we broke upwards of our last rejection point. So you had two confirmations. You had one here and one here. This would have been the third, but we're failing this test. We'll see. We can fail and continue and then pick back up again. Thoughts on Chewy? I mean, they're not owned by Ryan Cohen anymore. What's the bull case? Ryan Cohen used to own them. Like, why are people buying Chewy? It's not a very interesting stock. What do you think of huskies in New York City? I think it's cruel to keep a large dog in an apartment. Expecting ups next week, but if there's no run on the 25th, 26th, is the hunt on for determining how they managed to do so? More rabbit hole dive. It's GME's unique situation. Just shows not as many ETF FTDs. ETF FTDs aren't due till February 1st through 8th, Jay. The FTDs due on the 25th are from the futures contracts. And those are in the T plus 2 plus 35C market maker timeline. So they may be significant, they may not. If there were no futures contracts expired or no FTDs due those futures contracts, we may not see a lot of movement on those dates. The big pileup of FTDs occurs on Feb 1st. That's where we start to see those overlapping ETF FTDs. Just curious. I don't have a bull case, but that's a lot of shorting. I'm in. Yeah. What's a macro explanation for why there's so much OI expiring today, both across the market and specifically, it's leap day. This is the day all the leap contracts are written for. It's a big deal. Because you see a partnership between Chewy and GameStop, Petaverse, think about it. That sounds awful. What streaming software do you use? Why? People are asking me a lot of weird questions about my setup and stuff. Who's your ISP? What's your mother's maiden name? What's your social security number? It's a weird day. No leaps, not like leap year, like leap contracts. There's a decent bull case for Chewy on Seeking Alpha. Okay. Can you explain leaps? Or you get mad at me? They're just far dated options contracts. Specifically long term it's used colloquially to describe long dated options contracts, but they're long term equity anticipation securities. Are they covering FTDs during big swings like this, or is it mainly just ETFs trading with the market? I mean, they cover as many FTDs as they feasibly can, I'm sure. Oh, the Ko-Fi thing is just like a link from Ko-Fi, and you just like you can just add it as like a browser source. You've referred to short squeeze and gamma squeeze, which I've been able to look up, but occasionally you bring up vulvagina squeeze. What's that? Volgavana. These are secondary Greeks. It's essentially a volatility squeeze. If retail continues holding their Feb 18 Cs, all this money they spent to dodge leap kicks is wasted. Yes, because the spring must release. I agree. There's still quite a lot of open interest. It does not look like people have been selling their Feb contracts, which puts a lot of fucking pressure on them if the price increases. I've never played that game. Backup bump. Should I hold off on seriously dating until post mass, or hurry and find someone who loves me for me? Asking for a friend. It's up to you. Just know that if you do become rich, it probably won't be the same anymore. You can do like secret millionaire and pretend like you're broke. Just like hang out in college quads with an acoustic guitar, put a braid in your hair. Steal singer songwriter music off YouTube. While we're digging deeper into puts, anyone figure out the 200K Brazilian puts? God damn it. They were 150 puts. They drove the price down. They disappeared. Easy peasy. Those were back before the August run up. I sold them down 90%. What do I got to lose? Exactly. When row, some row squeeze. If they change the rates, you can see some weird shit happen with options. Money can't buy love, but it can rent a convincing approximation. Philadelphia wife knows how much I've invested. I've told her we're getting a prenup if MOASS happens before the wedding. Wait, I thought you were already married. You're gonna get a post-nuptial agreement? Good luck with that. I don't know if it's bullish, but I keep having recurring dreams of MOASS happening. I think it's unhealthy at this point. You know, I told someone that once. I was like, you can't buy love. And he said, but you can rent it long enough that it might become love. That was an interesting take that I hadn't heard before. I still think he's kind of a scumbag, but are you a top chat or do my messages just suck today? What is the expected peak day of the... Everyone was freaking out, so the chat was going a million miles. What's the expected peak day of futures roll fail FTDs? It depends on how they covered them or where the FTDs are due. Let me show you. Either the peak is going to fall here for market maker FTDs for futures. Hold on. Goddamn piece of shit. Here on January 25th, 26th, because they can carry it out through open the next day, right? Or here in this window. And this will depend on how the FTDs are split, like which position has more exposure. Is it the like short hedge fund side, or is it the authorized participant side? And we don't know, right? Because these futures are very hard to determine. Like OI, CFTC stopped reporting on swaps, so we don't know which one of those carries more weight. They both could. They could both carry a lot of weight each. It's just a matter of finding out. We do know that there's a lot of ETF fails due from shorting as well during that period. So not just from the futures, but also from the consistent short push that we've seen over the last few weeks. That would be the bounce back period for the shorting that's occurred up until this point from 250. He got that from Rent. Oh, did he? God, he's such a fucking cheeseball. Money can't buy love, but it can buy a wicked damn job. True. You got uncharacteristically excited and kept shouting, "Oh my god, oh my god." That doesn't sound like me. I'm holding SPY puts in the red to make the market go back up. You're welcome. Oh, I am on top chat. If a Dan job isn't love, I don't know what is. I rented SPY reversal or bull trap. Who knows? So the interest in chat is just too great. We're gonna need a poll. Secret Millionaire has my vote. What are we polling? I still think that the 1.15 billion from Sequoia is being used to internalize the entire massive exposure period. Thoughts? I mean, it's you can internalize Stefan, but it still has to get dumped out onto the market eventually. And I'll be waiting with a whole shitload of calls when they do. Now looks like the best time for them to, after these puts expire today. Yeah, same pattern on that side. It's because the market reversed. This isn't really GameStop specific at this point. Some of our movements are more exacerbated because of the massive amount of put interest, but what's going on right now is definitely market wide. I draw my lines at the bodies because I use HA candles, right? So the bodies are like a smoothed data in regards to volume traded. I'll reiterate, I don't think a panic sell-off is really possible in the market currently. so many people are up, and they're up like a lot. And so why would they sell? Like it's easy to cause a panic sell off when people are down, right? Like, but a lot of people are up, and so like they're not panicking. That's what causes a market crash, right? Is that like it's like a psychological event. More and more people start selling, and that scares other people, and they sell, and that scares more people, and they sell, and it's like a compounding effect. But like a lot of people bought the SPY sub 300, so why would like, and most investors in like the S&P are long term, and so why are they going to sell on a drop of 470 to 440 when they're up $100 or well, that's specifically for the SPY, but $1,000 for the S&P 500 to protect their gains? Yeah, to a degree. But they're not gonna sell off their whole position to protect their gains, right? They might take some profits out. Can we do a poll for how many shares people bought during this dip? Why? They can read the comfort and stability. I think we'll retest 104 today. It's possible. I'd like to see us regain that support. That would be pretty bullish, actually. Like a triple bottom. What's a 5% range from 104? $14. Yeah, we would have a fairly confirmed descending triple bottom if if we break back above 104 today, which is bullish. I mean, as well as bullish as technical analysis on GameStop can be. In your opinion, what does a market collapse look like for GME? Do you agree that's possible catalyst to MOASS? How does that play out? It could be a catalyst, but I suspect that the institutions that are short GameStop are short most of the market and would make a shitload of money in the event of a crash. Um, so I don't think it's beneficial for us. The only way it becomes beneficial for us if primes lose so much money, they're unwilling to facilitate the margin required by those funds. Um, that's a steep crash, and GameStop could go very, very low if that were to happen. Who do I need to hug to make WeBull find that wire transfer I sent yesterday? It's not in my account today. Sad FOMO hugs. Looks like 510s. We'll have to wait for next week. I'm sorry to hear that, Pickle Morty. What do you think about Tesla today? I mean, Tesla hit the low that I saw coming. It looks like it bounced. It even went a little lower. I was projecting like 960, and it had like a almost a $9 drop from there. It's probably going to bounce back up and test at least this high again. And it's in a descending wedge, so it's very possible that it will see a breakout in the next few days, and possibly retest like 1100. Like if this is just an SLD correction again, I could see Tesla rallying back up. I would be interested in like 1050 calls, a couple months out, month out. Wouldn't want to lose any theta on them, but That's in their reported holdings, Lacey. The 13F reportings are very, very commonly known to be just bullshit. Also, call put ratio in those is not indicative of anything, right? Especially if, like, their calls are 950s that expire Friday and their puts are 50 cents that expire or today. I feel like people can't do secret millionaire anymore. There's just a confidence in being very rich that normal people just don't have. Huh. What are you trying to say? What's your over on Jimmy 150 end of February? I think it's possible that we get over 150. I think that could happen just after they shed these puts. It's not like it's going to take a lot of volume for us to get back up there. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. XRT just had a daily high. Cool. That needs to come up quite a lot. Should I just buy 100s and just buy them in the money? Fuck it. Give me 1 second, guys. Christ. We did buy at 98. Also, you're awesome, Gurk Headroom. Also, we love you. Thanks, Modern Renovator. I appreciate that. Can you go AFK again? We were red when I came back. Don't give me that shit, a user. Hmm. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. I should have sold some fucking in the money puts at $92. Missed. Does this confirm triple bottom? If we break up above 104.40, we look good right now. This looks bullish. Green filter? All right. I gotta go green for the day. We are green, so it's only fair. Nope. Is that better? There we go. We're gonna live the dream, people. We're gonna close green on Friday. No, I don't know. Maybe. Just flash green and red all day. If I could set up something that did that, that'd be fucking awesome. I like your point about flash crash not even being possible. There also the fact that many corporations are still showing record profits. Yeah, I do think that like a squeeze in the VIX might happen because VIX has been, you know, the short position on VIX is just super overcrowded. I missed a Kofa. I'm sorry. Was I here? Jimmy doing a happy up, the opposite of ouchie down. Glad to see we're almost green on the day and feeling good. Maybe next week won't suck after all. Maybe not. Look at that. Look at how bullishness returns, even though we're at a lower price than we traded at yesterday. I'm green for the stock. Why aren't you? Like the good old days of you becoming more and more transparent. I don't know what you're talking about. F. MOASS? Maybe. I'm concerned you drank too much Gatorade today. It's possible. Shit. Ooh, I have a tag on my glass. Hmm. Hold on. Try to do something here. Is this one of the new ones? I wasn't supposed to use this one. Did you actually unpack? I did. A little bit. Like 2 boxes. This isn't from IKEA. I can't remember. That's some like Italian company. It was like $40 for like a box of them or something like that. It's not from Dillard's. I think I bought them at Bloomingdale's. Your stream is fucky. Well, it's not my fault. My connection is fantastic. Do you have a green screen? I am the green screen. We have a green screen. It's called 10260. 7. Yes, I have a green screen. Of course I do. How could I look this good without one? So get smart with me. No, I'm not going to change to red. Fuck that. Evan, thank you so much for becoming a Cornish ad
Welcome
man.
to Cornishan. Cornishan. Cornishan.
Not about this drop. Intraday cup and handle? Ooh, 1269 day. Yeah, I said Tesla was bouncing. It can get rejected again up here. Actually, it could probably get rejected at like 997. Maybe a little lower. 995. Might bounce up to 995. I would watch it though. It's possible it could reject lower. I just don't see a lot of historical support and resistance to back that up though. So yeah, I think it could run back up to like right here before I would look for a rejection. Although volume's falling off, so it may be that like 975 and then down. There's just not a lot of historical data for that resistance. So if it rejects there, I mean, it's kind of a new one. That's definitely an options price level, though, right? Jesus Christ. Yeah, 975. Decent OI. What's it look like on the put side? Ooh, a lot of puts at 975. Yeah, it might get rejected here. What's it look like on 5-minute? SPY coming back down a little bit. What do you think about the TA that said we're going to 48? I don't know. 48's it's unlikely. It'd be pretty hard for us to drop to 48. It was pretty hard for us to stay below 100, right? Like we were only briefly below 100. We might be coming back below it again. Really hard. It seems pretty easy for them. The price just drops. We're assuming it's expensive for them to do so, but we don't really know that that is a fact. What do you mean we don't? We have the flow data for the options. I mean, when we were down at 92, they were like loading up at $90 puts, and those are all now out of the money. Like, those fucking bounced out of the money real quick. Are they going to go back and try to get them? Maybe. No, my upload rate is great. If there's issues, it's probably on YouTube's end. Damn. That is a serious sell wall. $99.99. One last Myrna dead for sentimental reasons. Yeah, it's dead, Victor. It's big dead. I think the SPY is just dropping. Yeah. I mean, we'll still see the market makers de-hedge. Yeah, Justin. Yep, it's a big ass sell wall. Kind of interesting to see what happens here. Where do you get that the lowest we're going is 80? Today's the last day of this week. T's expiring puts being crazy Monday. That means that the pressure to the downside is lifted on Monday. Not sure if you talked about it before, but thoughts on Apex recalling IRA DRS stuff. I talked about it this morning. Um, I, I'm not sure if CS is licensed um, as a retirement account trustee, so I'm not sure if they're able to transact uh, transfers from retirement accounts or not. Also, it could just be a default, like if the trade or if the transfer defaulted. So if like the shares being transferred in had a fail somewhere, they can pull that transfer back, which would just imply that Apex is doing their job as a clearinghouse. They do for other companies, just not GME. Pardon my copium, but it feels like today is feeling really desperate. Sell walls, immediate put walls go into place, and all those contracts expiring. We'll see. Back down to VWAP we go. This is the most steady thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm definitely trading emotionally with those $80 puts to get my Vanguard money back. If we don't MOASS by February, will we keep the same pattern as last year, F-Man? Maybe. Every time we approach one of those OPECs, like you have to be cautious because it may not occur again, right? And also remember how they like convoluted the November one by hedging in advance. That's something you have to be prepared for now because they're obviously willing to do that. Um, they're tricky to play. They're volatile, and the price improvement happens quickly. And it's a new year. We don't know if they're going to continue to occur or not, but it's likely they will. A long put and a long call means that you're buying them. Like it's a short put and a short call means you're selling the contract. The whole point of an IRA is that assets are held by a custodian, not in the beneficiary's name. Any weird trick that allowed DRS of IRA assets could be a big tax problem. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think this whole thing is just getting blown out of proportion. It really has to do with CS's ability or the ability to DRS IRA shares. Hey brother, do you have a trading view link of the CVB chart? The one I had has been made private. Oh, you can just maybe I can link you the indicator. It's here. You should be able to just add this to your indicator list, Johnny. You're moving that sell wall down. I see that. That's kind of a risky game. It's been a long time since I've seen a sell wall that big on GameStop, though. Like a long fucking time. The last time they did this, it got blown the fuck out. Oh, did it just get blown out? It did. Get fucked, giant sell wall. The Bulls are back. The Bulls are back in town. It's big green. It is. No. What do we need? There he is. Snap. Someone got fucked. They did. That was not retail buying that sell wall. It was me. You know what? Every day that we're down and choppy reminds people of February 24th. Oh yeah, it got bought. Someone just blew up their fucking cell wall really, really hard. It was beautiful. Well, first they have to get another 30,000 shares with which to erect another big cell wall. Why are you green? For the stock. I'm not going to go red. DFE? Where? Is he in here again saying things? Possibly fake. Deep fucking value. Let's see him. Comment about massive view up spike in calls on August 12th. A week later, the price spiked. Today, across all calls, Feb 18th, etc., we're seeing another massive view up spike. Any ideas? Thanks. Block orders? If you're looking at like individual options charts, like individual strike charts, they're really sensitive, like because of their bid ask spread, they're really sensitive to like shifts in VWAP. So VWAP's not like a super good indicator on those. What if each sell wall is being bought by the share lender in an unending loop of rehypothecation? That's possible. Although, what would be the point of that? I don't know if it's the real GFE. He did tell me to ban Darth Dan. And Darth Dan got muted today, so close. We've been watching Shift Surge. If so, does it seem like they're rolling their puts out to next week? Check all of the calls. I mean, there's just not that many calls trading today. Those all look sold. Dr. Dank. Someone's exercising Jan 21 $15 calls. Someone's exercising $100 calls. Is that? Or are they selling them? They might be selling them. June 17th's up. I mean, I think the shift you're seeing in VWAP is just calls being bought, dude. I'm looking at these contracts. It looks like there's just buying calls. The fucking puts a call ratio today though is definitely put favored. I think a lot of these puts down at 85 and 90 are short puts. They're being sold. Some of these in these deep in the money ones, these look like they're being bought, like 150, 200, 150, Feb 150s. Those are being bought, possibly bought and exercised. Can we get, hold on. Can you make quick analysis on the DDS's current status? It's slightly up today. It's just gonna track like the same things GameStop does. If GameStop rips, it'll rip probably to a greater degree. Initially, at least. This is very bullish. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. One sec. God damn it. One second, I'll check that. Sorry. Hey Greg, is there any relationship between that cell wall erection and their ability to continue internalized ticks? I mean, this is an ascending scallop. This is a very bullish technical trend. Also, the fact that it was catalyzed by the blowing up of that cell wall. I'm into it. Nice, perfect intraday cup and handle formation. So a lot of people in here will be very excited about that. You see any evidence in November, December that shorts were loading up on Jan far out of the money puts? No, they started buying them far in the money puts. When they're that far out of the money, it's hard to tell if they're bought or sold. There wasn't a lot of interest in like the $100 range at that time though. They've been like stair stepping this down this whole time. Most mornings they were buying out of the money puts and then shorting heavily through ETF share creation and borrowing to drive those in the money, right? And then they've held them in the money and continued to do this every morning, driving the price further and further down. But all of this shorting is synthetic, right? And it's all on the market maker or authorized participant side. And so it all has to be bought back, right? So by shorting this way, they're just making themselves future buyers of the stock. It's kind of like this formation, Stefan. J Fresh Ascendant Scallop Cat. If what you're saying is true, they can just buy back at 40. Except we're at $101, not 40. Well, they closed most of those puts today. Yeah, Stefan, when these hit resistance, they tend to break to the upside. So they have a little bit like when you get this kind of like ascending formation like this off of a reversal, these tend to break to the upside. They're not as violent as like a full like bullish reversal where you see it like that. But they do tend to be like a more consistent than bullish reversals. The uptick in IV would be purchasing shares be smarter? Not necessarily. I mean, like, that's just a question of do you want leverage or do you want shares? Like, even with IV, you can still get leverage on more shares than you could buying shares. Like, nothing about the way options works changes because IV is up. What's the word with the trillions and options? I don't care about the Reddit comment. It's not entirely accurate. I mean, there's a lot of money in options expiring today because leaps. How many of those are in the money and how many are exercised? That's indeterminate. The effect of that gamma on our share price also undetermined. So, and I assume he's counting options across multiple like multiple ETFs, GameStop indexes, maybe. GameStop doesn't have 3.3 trillion fucking dollars in options expiring today. I'd be confused if they had this tool. Why haven't they used it before to dodge exposure from previous run-ups? They've literally used it every single fucking time. Give me a ticker for one of the most heavily manipulated stocks in the market. Go. I think it'd be just most obvious on DDS. Maybe like some OTC penny stocks are more heavily manipulated. Do you have a weekly play for next week planned? I don't know. Kind of depends on how my zero DTEs turn out today. It's the entire market. Yeah, so it's like, what the fuck relevance does that have to GameStop? It's a big OPEX day, but I've been telling everybody this for months. How do you think next week's FTD action will interact with the Fed meeting? It depends on what gets said at the Fed meeting. So they've used this every single time, and we still saw those jumps. Yes, yeah. Literally all of GameStop's runs have played out the same way. In that regard, um, we have run, and they have shorted the peak, and then slowly driven the price down with in the money and out of the money puts and ETF share creation every single fucking time, over and over and over again. They always do this. We always come back up. That's it. Do I think anything's different this time? They're doing it a lot more. But the more they do it, like, and the more money it costs them, and the more shares they create artificially, the bigger the bounce back. Like this bounce back in August was small, right? Because most of this price drop was ETF rebalancing and the share offering. And so that diminished the effect of GME FTDs on this cycle and this November cycle. But GME FTDs will start to pick back up again because, there's no more new liquidity being provided. But, in March when they did this, they had to create a lot of synthetics. And so, June's run up was extensive. It's also the futures contracts factor into that as well. So the harder they push down, the more we bounce back up, essentially. Not that that's not profitable for them, but who cares? We don't need the same amount of FOMO we had last year, Guy Loot, because GameStop's more liquid now, right? So, last year, right now, if we traded, 100 million buy volume, we would MOASS, just no question. Back then, we traded in $100 range. So the liquidity on the stock is gone. Our bid ask is crazy wide. A lot of the times, it's just the stock could just go up, and it could go up very, very quickly. I mean, aftermarket the other day, we went up $50 on 890,000 volume. During market hours on November 3rd, we went up $50, a little more than $50, I think, on 1.5 million volume. So there's just no, like, this price is far more sensitive to buy volume than it used to be. So do I think we need the same amount of FOMO as last year? No, but do I think FOMO would be good? Of course. Like, there's no comparison in the liquidity of GameStop now to last year. It's basically a different stock. Not to mention, remember, internalization now is more expensive, right? So like last year, sure, they might have internalized 10 times the volume, but they were internalizing it, 10% of the price. This year, they're internalizing buy volume at $100 instead of $10 a share. No problem, man. Think we see more tanking before a rip? I don't know. I feel like we might have hit the bottom. Although I felt that way a few times in the last couple of weeks. It's great how the price of GME has literally nothing to do with the company itself. Well, the company's basically said nothing for a year, so you can expect that. Is internalization the same as dark pools? Sort of, but no. Dark pools can be used to facilitate internalization. Any big ups will come after 3 p.m. so that Robinhood has already closed out all the out of the money contracts. Robinhood can't close mine. Speaking of which, I need to turn off that auto exercise shit. The TradingView link is in the announcements channel, Ryan. On the Discord. If you need a link to the Discord, that's in the description down below. Do you believe that the ongoing SEC investigation is the reason we've heard nothing? Possibly. I mean, it's a reason for us to hear nothing. It's also likely that just like they shouldn't say anything. A, they probably don't have a product ready. B, the company is far from turned around. And C, anything they do come out with, right, pre-squeeze is just going to get battered by the media and hurt its future potential. So why say anything? I don't understand why like people want Ryan Cohen to come out and say something so badly, especially if they're long on the stock, because like although it may trigger a squeeze, it could hurt the future potential of the company. On Superstock, there's an email from Ally Bank that they made a business decision not to transfer to CS. Okay. I know why you don't like mining stocks now, but do you have any stake in lithium? BlackRock themselves said it was the most undervalued sector going forward. Even oil and gas are moving on it. No, but there's some that I've looked into. Why would they announce a share buyback? It's a growth stock. You don't want them buying back shares. You want them fucking spending money on shit that makes the company better. There's not going to be any splits. There's not going to be any share buybacks. There's not going to be any fucking dividends. And there's probably not going to be any announcements anytime soon. So just get that shit out of your system and approach the stock rationally, like an investor, instead of just piling up hopium for events that will probably never come to pass, at least not anytime soon. Are any of those necessary for a short squeeze? No. They'd be nice, but they're not necessary. It's, and when you pump yourself full of hopium like that and nothing happens, ultimately you're just let down, right? So why do that? Why not just have a rational approach to the stock? We know what's going on. It's not like it's a secret. Like we know they're just buying massive amounts of puts to push the price down. So we know that the drop is artificial. Are people selling? Maybe some, but most are probably buying, right? Like this is a great opportunity to buy more GameStop. And I think everyone pretty much realizes that. Dr. Dank, as a longtime investor in GameStop, why didn't you read their 10 Qs, which clearly state that the stock will be subject to large amounts of short interest and volatile price activity? You know those disclaimers that everyone's always like trying to dig into for secret information? Those are actually just telling you that this is a volatile asset and you are putting your money at risk by buying it. That the media may not be telling you the truth about what's going on with the company as large short interests, maybe driving a specific narrative that has nothing to do with the company's future. So knowing that you still own the stock, why? If you're upset about that factor, That's exactly what it does, Dr. Dank. They are warning you in advance of purchasing their stock. Did you get that warning maybe after you purchased their stock? Sure, but you could have sold. No one stopped you. It's not necessarily a 20-year hold, but you don't want them releasing an unfinished product just to like benefit you in the short term. What if they release an unfinished product and it causes a run, but it doesn't cause MOASS? What then? What if it's not enough of a catalyst? Yeah, we could see something then. I've always been a value investor. I bought the fucking stock when it was worth nothing initially. And then I bought it again when it was worth nothing. Because I thought DFV's value analysis of GameStop was fucking spot on. If MOASS happens, sure, I'll fucking sell everything and buy back in later. But I didn't build up the position I have in GameStop because only because of MOASS. If that was the case, I wouldn't even own stock. I would just fucking buy leaps, right? You can be both. You can play short-term price improvement while also being long the company. I've done it on AMD for years. So you can actually be both types of investors simultaneously. $13 million floor trade on XRT. Jesus Christ, that's a big one. Just tell me it's going to go up, turd. Make XRT go up. As a value investor, why are you cool with Jimmy being mute about how clearly manipulated the stock is, both by price and media? I mean, they're not. Again, I refer you to the 10Q. They have spoken out about the manipulation of the price of their stock repeatedly every quarter. So that is a statement from the company warning you of possible manipulation, possible false narratives, possible short positions, possible volatility. And my window to realize that value is not fucking 1 year or 9 months. If you're a value investor in a growth company, you should probably be looking at a 3 to 5 year time frame for your investment, minimum. Technically, it wasn't my analysis. I did more of a meta analysis of 2 other pre-existing analysis positions and presented it to Reddit. Fair. Hestia Capital's analysis. Thanks, DFE. Now I just don't know anymore. What did you think you were getting into when you bought a company that went from $40 to $350 in like fucking 9 trading days? And then back down to 100 the day after. I don't know if it's really DFA anymore. Now I'm even more confused. Someone's really committed to fucking with me. Or DFE's bored at home in the winter and watching the stream. My floor is linoleum and 20-year-old Pergo. I need new floors. If it is DFE, did you buy more, dude? Also, you need to update your position. Like, we don't know what's going on. $13 million floor trade XRT. What am I checking? Ooh, we're turning around. What happens when volatility crosses entropy? Wait, hold on, Aaron. Price influence S. Price influence of variance. Price influence of variance by price influence of volatility by variance. So, what the fuck? A lot of people bought GME as a lottery ticket for quick big gains rather than a sound fundamental investment where big gains probably won't be realized quick. Those people haven't done their own research and certainly haven't taken the time to dig into the fundamentals. I know. Ban Darth Dan just to be safe. Can we break 105? My zero DTEs hope so. This is how rumors get started. I know, but someone's either really committed to fucking with me or it's real. And like, I know there's like, but why would he use his original YouTube account, right? I want it to be real. Like, I want it to be real more than I want the stock to go up. And I'll reiterate, I have 0 DTE options, which I could have waited to buy. Um, I created a 30-day price forecaster, and those are the price influences I'm talking about. Okay, well, it's curious because during the roll period, we see a similar drop off that we're seeing now. Or is that the price? And then this is the okay. That's very curious. Have we ever been this far diverged? Like these other ones look far more normal. The cyclical action on the SPY seems lined up. Huh. I wasn't trading in 2007, 2009. I know VWAP. For how long can this battle last? Like with no announcements, no dividend, can they survive buying puts indefinitely? Is there something that can actually? I mean, puts expire. You're talking about them using depreciating assets and synthetic shorts to drive the price down. This isn't a. This none of that is a sustainable position. Interesting. Can you confirm or not? It's not 3 months later. We were at 250 in November. The end of November. It's only been what? It's only been 42 trading days. New post in the Discord of the last time it was this diverged. When the fuck was that? Jan 27th, 2020. I mean, to a much greater degree than it is now, but yeah. Interesting. That's when the share buyback occurred? What would be the best option with 1,000? Feb? March? March are the best contracts now. As of like last Monday, because of theta decay. Huh. Curious. The 50-cent puts don't do anything to the price. They're just a volatility hedge. Just because you're bullish as hell, even with all the FUD. I don't give a shit about the FUD. If I was going to sell my GameStop, I would have sold it at 350. That's only if the account's verified. Ash. But there's a bounce back in price. Even if they make money off the downside, they're still creating positive buy pressure on the other side of the position. Dan Hong. Hence, what's happened all year. Imagine we get back to 200, 250, and people relief sell. That could be the desired effect. Probably. If you can't find liquidity at the top, you find it at the bottom, right? Why are you green? Because I want the stock to be green. I can turn it off. Why does it bother people so much? I'm simply trying to, what's that called? When people do that thing with the rocks? They like charge the rocks and then they imagine things. I'm trying to do that. I'm, fuck, I can't remember. Nope. Drawing a blank. Manifesting? Is it, is it manifesting? I think that's what it's called. I'm manifesting green for GameStop. It's too hard for me to shift from red to green. Bullshitology. It's working, kinda. You call it manifesting. We call it manipulating the stock again. Well, it's it's got to be something, right? Is it 1269 yet? God damn. Do you see any positive price action potentially happening today? I mean, we're trading significantly below max pain. What's your take on Charlie's vids? Kind of crazy, misinterprets a lot of the shit he reads. Witness me in all of my pigeonwell glory. I have quadrupled down on all my April calls. Stop worrying about the price and trust the DD. Let's fucking go. Thank you, actually, I can. Bullish. I like it. Trading view, if I put the view up indicator and set the length to 180, it shows a retail average price for GME plus minus 12%. I would set it after the flash crash in March because there's a lot of stop losses, Dr. Dank. So you can go into trading view and weight it from a specific date forward. So if you go, oh wait, do I have this? Hold on, I'll show you guys. I don't want to miss the breakout, but if you go post earnings drop, I think was our low here. So yeah, the average retail price is somewhere between 230 and 150.60 with the volume weighted price at 189.48. So it's likely if our price corrects back to the upside, we will cross 189. We usually overcorrect, as you can see. I just made 8K profits swing trading Tesla options. Almost how much value I lost this week in my favorite stock. Thanks to the infotainment, bro. Thanks, HD Evo X. I appreciate it, man. Congratulations. I should have bought more Tesla puts this morning. I got rejected. Coming back down. Huh. Ooh, AMD's turning around a little bit. That's good. Can you explain the reason why having RC as the chairman of the board and owner of the company is so incredibly bullish for Jimmy's potential? The man built an e-commerce based company and not only built a great company, but was able to compete and thrive against Amazon. Yeah, I mean, he took control of a sector that Amazon really didn't offer a lot of competition in, which is smart. Amazon, while gigantic, tends to underserve specific sectors, video gaming being one of them, pet food being another one. I feel like there's a lot of opportunity to take market share from Amazon in that regard. And yeah, GameStop is no different. Thanks, 1337 Gaming. Are you still bullish for next week? Yeah. Why are you being nice to Dr. K? It feels unnatural and I don't like it at all. I mean, he's a fucking prick, but he's trying to make valid points, so I'm willing to talk about that. That's on Schwab saying they reserve the right to submit do not exercise instructions on options. Posted in the jungle 45 minutes ago. Is that for margin accounts? Is that why you want to sell cheese? Underserved? Yes. I had a business professor once that told me you don't need an original idea to create a company. You just need to do it better than someone else. And it's true. It's a very true statement. If Trade Trades can interview Adam Aaron, why can't you interview Ryan Cohen? I don't know. I could try. I think his PR team might watch the stream and maybe disagree with that move. Thanks for showing the view up on TradingView. I can still be irritated at less than vigorous defense of company share price by GME leadership. That's fine. I think you'll find that most companies don't defend their share price that much. Not everyone's Elon Musk. Had to step away. Am I banned again? I don't think so. He didn't say to ban you today. This reversal is sponsored by Aldi and Sign Shop. Thank you, Eddie Q. OP says cash account. I'd want to see further proof. How and under what conditions are they able to do that? I could call them. Ban Darth Dan. Thanks, Roaring Kitty. Have you talked about Apex clearing stuff already today? Yeah, we talked about it earlier. It doesn't seem that unusual to me. I know everyone's freaking out about it. GameStop apes are all talk. WeBull CEO. New article just now. Interesting. Ban Roaring Kitty. JFresh. You watch your mouth. You must leave WeBull now. Nah. Ben Darth Dan is coming back. The series is jumping the shark. Pan J Fresh. I couldn't. He's too committed. It'd be amazing if you interviewed RC for the breaking forward leading statements about GameStop. You could then be Pi-Fi Argus or Pi-Fi News. Interesting. Seems like there's a lot of negative news for stock that has just been on a steady decline for 2 months. Wonder why MSM would bother. Because they need to. Carl, are you in here timing people out again? I thought you had to go do stuff today. Or that was yesterday. Adam Aaron, ban Moonwen. Curious. I'm not banning. No one can tell me who and who not to ban. What time is it? 12:48. So much more time. Hello, just me and Stella. Are you doing a hot tub around the normal time? Yeah. Did people not like it later in the day? I'll do it at 12:30 again. Every time Carl time out someone, the stock drops. Yeah, Carl, knock it off. Stop being a shill. So who was right about the low? I don't know. I have to go back and look at what I said yesterday. Jamie had 90. So I had 104 and 90, 98, 91, 81, right? And then Jamie had said 98. And then Elliot Wave Guy said something down here. I don't remember what it was. I think I was closest. PM'd you a link on Discord. I'm the horse. Charles Schwab prepping to turn off the execute button. Schwab does not review accounts for activity and reserve the right to act without additional notice depending upon risk and market conditions. Reserves the right to submit do not exercise instructions to the options clearing corporation for any long option based on current market conditions, account equity, or other risk factors. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. With long options, investors may lose 100% of funds invested. I mean, this is the standard disclaimer for the OCC and its participants. I think that's on pretty much all of them. FUD. FUD and nonsense. Your narcissism knows no bounds. I mean, I called it, right? I had two guesses. It wasn't two guesses. I mean, I was right about the floor at 104 for 2 days. And then I said yesterday that we would break through it. I was right about that. I have historical proof of me just being right over and over and over again because I'm the best at this. Sometimes I'm wrong, but less than I'm right. I don't know why Jimmy Jungle would think I could exercise my Feb 300s because their understanding of options has moved from I don't understand options to all options have to be exercised or they're evil. Which is a step forward, I guess. Is 102 the new 180? I mean, it's a similar pressure point, yeah. I don't think I was wrong about them having a lot more exposure to cover on Freg's Day. I think they just didn't cover it. Did you already talk about the weird VWAP spikes? When, yeah, looking at options in the chart. Who's bringing? Is this like somebody brought this up in like a post or something? Is that why I'm having to answer this question? If someone buys a block order at the ask and the prices of an option is trading at the bid, the VWAP's going to spike. It's not that unusual. It just means people are buying options. If you can find a really illiquid option chain, you can probably do it yourself. You can just buy an option at the ask and watch VWAP spike. It means nothing. Idea, you, Jamie, and Elliot guys start predicting 400. Elliott Wave guy predicted lows of 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 150. Just watched the video from yesterday. You had 106, 102, and 94 to 91. Jamie 101 to 99.94, and Elliott Waves at 90. Cool. Please validate me by validating my ascending channel comments. Thank you. I mean, we had a reversal. We should be in one. It's holding. We still need to break like 103. We really need to break back to the upside of this resistance. To see any movement, we need to break that. And even then, I think that movement's maybe only going to realize at best like 110. I think they're going to hold this line no matter what. Or try. It's been important for them so far. As far as security goes, Vinco's Ventures is a BBIG piece of shit. Yeah, I agree. What the fuck? Oh, it's almost 1269. The stock looks so much more bullish on the 5-minute. It's like less stressful. It's just like looking good. It might not look great for a 1269 breakout, but it does look good. I don't hate it. Maybe a little more drop here. What's that like on the 1-minute? Yeah, it's nice. Stop trying to get me to predict the future for you, Bastion. I think GME's resisted the drop in the overall market fairly well. At least the last couple days. Speaking of your prognostications, what do you think will be the GME price action from now until 4 p.m. today? I think if we can break 105, we might hit 110. That's all I got. I just realized 1269 basically lines up exactly when authorized participants receive their RRP. Am I missing something? Or is that where the 1269 came from? I don't know. New charts in Discord are telling. What are they telling? Ooh. That is telling. What is that in relation to? Looks like fucking DDS is about to moon. And AMC is continuing to be a dud. I got rid of XRT's price influence, I think. Interesting. When's Secret Dillard's DD? Do you think this fairly slowed movement in GV's descent, proportionate to the entire market, is also the work of hold the line? Yeah, it is. All right, then keep your secret. I mean, I would obviously have to dig into these charts more before I made them public. Yeah, subject them to some review, right? Do you think this fairly slow? Answer that. I guess AMC people can afford GME at these prices. It's true. I'll make a write-up describing my full methodology for hole poking purposes. Okay, cool. DDS look prime for a crossover on the MACD Stotch RSI. I could just be dumb though. You could be. I don't want to miss 1269, but I'll take a look. Do I still have Stotch smoothed out? Kind of. It looks primed for like a KD crossover, but I'm not. I'm not. You know what? This is interesting. Maybe. It's trending a little bearish right now, but I think on the 4 hour, it's moving towards a positive reversal. Well, let me turn off extended hours. Interesting. Huh. This fake DFE keeps asking me for a ban. Can you facilitate a chug off between us? You can. Hold on one second, guys. I'll be right back. It's okay. I'm still here for 1269. Don't worry. I'm not going to miss it. There's no plugins. Explain 1269. There's no explanation. It's simply the most bullish time during a day of trading. There's no more bullish time than 1269. If the chug off between Darth Dan and DFE happens and we find out it's actually DFE, then I propose Darth Dan must boof a pickle I mean, I'm gonna ban him, right? Because if it's actually DFE telling me to ban Darth Dan, then I should have been doing that all along. It's clearly the catalyst. The DTCC website says the NSCC will use the obligations warehouse to reprice failed FTD obligations at the current lower market value. With this drop, the opposition could be saving a lot of money. Yeah, that's the idea. It must be nice to be able to trade in a reg share time machine. Someone just sold 4.7 billion US dollars worth of the SPY. Citadel had about $15 billion in puts on the SPY with a B. Ah, lame. Puts on the SPY? That's un-American. It is. All right. I'll have to actually draw the rest of this fucking wedge now. Ah. I feel like that would be... Hold on. There we go. And the lady VWAP declareth at 1269, and across the land, Pickles and Dans rejoiced in harmony as the price broke slightly to the upside. Praise be to VWAP. As the triangle predicts, so shall it be. VWAP put their pickle in my jar. Well, ladies and gents, Gherk missed 1269. No, I didn't. I was here. Did we fill the gap at 91? No. They're selling a load of puts. Why no price? Why price no go upsy wupsy? Give it time. As the world's newest religion, we no longer have to pay taxes. Shh. We haven't filed the paperwork. I didn't hear no 1269 song on 1269 on this most bullish of days. It's true. But that's because I forgot I had a 1269 song, so not my fault. Okay. But now I'm playing the 1269 song after 1269. It's fine. The highest gap's at like 292, and the lowest gap is, I think, at 91. Yes, I know I messed up, but I have Jan 28th 160 calls. Do you think that's a realistic possibility next week? Maybe. I mean, either it is or it isn't at this point, right? I have how much are those? They're $69, so that's kind of bullish. It's possible, man. I don't know. Very insightful. I mean, they've already lost like all their value, right? So either it's gonna run and he's gonna make money, or he's gonna basically lose the money he put in that he's already lost. There's a beauty to options, and that you can only lose your premium. It's not like he's gonna lose extra money. It's basically worth $0 at this point, anyway. Yeah. Do you see any possible range for a possible DDS run? If it squeezes, I mean, it could go up quite a lot. Is JPOT richer than me? Probably. Puts are safer than a direct short. Yes, they are. Sounds like the words of a man that has never averaged down bags into the dirt. No. Can I make a family portrait for you? You are the son of Russell Crowe and Cleopatra. Okay. Are we buying after hours again? All of retail? I don't know. Maybe. For $69, pretty sure you can grab a 165 or a 170 call for next week. Never give up. On the same boat, AMD 150s that expire next week. Here's hoping for a rip. I mean, if this is SLD and it corrects, a lot of things are going to go back up next week. Which means I will be buying some end of day options for some stocks that I like. Ooh, Visa's back down to 210. Look at Peloton just ripping today. Not as dead as people thought, apparently. Oh, speaking of which, I want to check Netflix. Dear Lord. Wait, that was after hours. Oh, I have extended hours turned off. It's recovering a little bit. Shit, all the way down to 380. I think the market's done. Bullish. What strikes should you be looking at for in March if it comes to that? Same thing, like within 120% of near the money or at the money. Why did Netflix drop? It looked a lot like a fucking margin call to me. Do you choose far out of the money for leaps? It depends on what my projections are for the stock bastion. Usually not. If Netflix dropped due to a margin call, how is it recovering so fast? Well, because all of the assets in Netflix that whoever whatever entity got called had would have been sold, and then now Netflix is probably undervalued, right? And so people are going to pile into that. This is lame. Netflix earnings said their subscriber growth is slowing, which I feel like should have been offset with the fact that they raised prices, which has historically been amazing for their earnings. Because while you'll see the odd person be like, oh, Netflix bumped their monthly charge, so I canceled, the vast majority of people don't. I think the market's probably done correcting for now, at least until the FOMC meeting. So a rally Monday, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Netflix is probably overvalued in some way, but I don't think it's realizing its true value right now. I think this is a unsubstantiated drop. You think we could close above 100 today? I would like to just test 105, and then I'll worry about the rest. Ew. Spy going cliff diving again. Yesterday, the day before yesterday, the drop of the spy started at 2 p.m. EMA 30 is holding on the 3 minute and bullish cross on the EMA 60. X. Any good bar or restaurant recommendations near the Met? Hmm. Parm on Columbus is pretty good. You're close to there. Depends on how much you're looking to spend, I guess. Yeah, JG Mellon's good. Yeah, I know the Mets on fifth. But it's not far. It's just like across town. There's not a lot of places I like on the Upper East Side. Well, at least not that neighborhood. I keep reading the stock is oversold. What happens if you don't DRS your stock and then MOASS happens? Will it be sold out from underneath you? Will I be holding fake stock? Probably not. Olive Garden on 42nd. There's Saint. Oh, what's that restaurant called? There's actually another really good Italian. There's a really good Italian restaurant near there. Um, it's on Madison. St. Ambrose. You can go there. It's expensive though. Carmine sucks. And that's on the west side. There's a pizza place over by Hunter that I like a lot. It's like 2 blocks north of Hunter on the northbound side. I don't like Grimaldi's. Little Caesars. I'm trying to think of the name of that place. mm, oh, Huso is really good. That's not far from there. There's a place I was looking at, but I don't see it. I'm looking for. Oh, BLT Prime's really good if you want to go like if you want steak. What percentage of New York City would you say you've been to? Like over my entire life? Probably a lot of it. You think Tesla will go lower the next 3 days or start pre-earnings run over 1,000 US dollars again? I think after testing this low, it's probably gonna bounce into earnings. Tesla like almost always beats earnings, so the pre-earnings FOMO is usually pretty intense. You ever shop at Aldi? Yeah. Dallas BBQ used to be, or barbecue used to be so good, and then more recently it just sucks. BLT Prime is fine. Go to actual Dallas. Yeah, I mean, is everyone from New York? Why do we always have to talk about New York food? We've talked about not New York food before. Prague exploded after BBIG dumped last time. Can we see a round two? Maybe. And volatility's picking up. Something's gonna happen. Yep, there we go. Just very low volume. I don't know if I've been to Giuliano's Pizza. New York City residents are cool as fuck. You're not wrong, opinionated asshole. Keep talking about New York City food. The stock likes it. What are your SPY correction levels? 140, which it hasn't dropped below yet. So, not super worried right now. Why aren't they showing up? Oh, I didn't put a line there. That's why. Yeah, it's close enough. I moved 60 miles upstate. Close enough, but still far. Favorite restaurant in SoCal? You know, Turd, I'm gonna say Panini Kebab Grill, just because they're consistent. Um, like I probably ate there more than I ate anywhere else. Uh, let's see. What's the name of that ramen place in Garden Grove that I used to go to? That place was really good. I can't think of the name of it right now. In and Out plus Del Taco. I don't really like In and Out that much. It's fine. I put the VLKF short squeeze in the Discord completely unhedged before the peak, right? Let me see. Jesus. um, yeah. Impressive wedge drawing. Thank you. This looks a little bit almost bullish. It does. Yeah, I've eaten at French Laundry. It's worth it. We didn't get reservations though. I I was I was working up there and we just went in and they were like they let us sit at the bar. It was cool. Food was amazing. I've eaten it per se too. Shake Shack or Five Guys? I mean, they both suck. Shake Shack super sucks. Why is Crystals better than White Castle? You know, I've heard that, but I've never eaten at a Crystals. Feels like years since we went up all the spy drops. It's a good sign. Yeah, I don't love hamburgers. They're not my favorite food. Sometimes, like if I'm in the mood for them, but I do not like halal guys. I've gotten food poisoning from there like twice. Mamoon's is way better. As a southerner, Crystals is not better than White Castle. Interesting. Greek food, Queens. Let's fucking go, Dominic Joseph. Thank you so much, man. Steak and Shake? Mm. I feel like when I was younger, it was much better. And I haven't had it very recently, but recently enough that the last time I had it, it wasn't very good. I don't know if Persians eat there, turd. It's not authentic. I've eaten at Cerebus. It's all right. They have good breakfast. I mean, it's also shrinkflation. It just makes shit worse. As companies grow, they cut more and more costs, and their food gets worse. That's probably why people love In-N-Out so much, because it's just relatively unchanged for so long. At what point in the week do you theorize we could see price improvement next week? Maybe Monday, Tuesday, possibly early Wednesday. Yeah, they don't have the best fries. If you get them animal style, they're tastier, but way worse for you. Thanks, Jason. Let's break 420. I feel like I should take my gains from my zero DTEs now and not be greedy, but it's like so little money. It's like 74 bucks. Oh, there we go. That's better. It just makes sense that we could test 210. Keep talking about gains. It's working. I mean, they're up to 70% now, which is a lot better. Now they're in the money. Now I don't give a shit. Now I just hold them. I like the increasing volume. Am I just gonna make a shitload of money on these? Jesus Christ, my March calls are green now. Oh, I bought those today. I messed up my wire transfer and did not include my account number in the comments. I was double checking the info, saw optional, moved on. Rookie sad hug. I'm sorry, Pickle Morty. Uh, that's sad. That's sad news. Puts getting shed. You know it. Puts off, dicks out. Something, something. Puts closed, dicks up. That's the way we like to fuck. I don't know. I'm trying. Puts out, dicks up. That's better. Bull trap or run. Seeing this is a tight consolidation right here. This is bullish. This is a nice bullish run. I've been silent for an extended period of time. I'm sorry. I'm focusing. Feeling greedy. Buy volume's still fucking coming in strong. Can you get that scary looking banana? Where is he? It's a pigeon. No. There he is. Even the consolidation looks bullish. Like we're not slipping quickly. Volatility only dropped to like 104.72. And we have like a decent support here. We know that. So it's resisted far more negative price action than what we're seeing right now. Fucking big gap up to 105.10 on the buy side too. Could gap up to like 105.32 if some volume comes in. Close. Or was that Hick who cracked the algo when you needed him? You mean the guy who read the order book? Is there any benefit to short hedge funds to make it back to max pan? No, but there's a benefit to the call writers and the options and the put writer, like the contract writers and longs. There's a benefit to me. They're selling off their puts, yeah. They will offer you their blood, property, life, and children when the need is far distant, but when it approaches, they turn against you. Just out of curiosity, you think Moonwing did CCs again? How'd you sleep last night? You look much better today than on Wednesday. Maybe it's the Kermit costume. Why is the banana brown? Because they bruise easily, or because this banana just got done with Rick of Spades? You know the answer to that. They're making a pretty penny on those puts, no? I mean, the ones that just got blown out? No. Who drew the banana? I don't know. I cropped it out of some image. Not me. We need triangles. I mean, there just really isn't one here. Like this isn't. This is neither bullish nor bear. This looks bearish actually, although it is bouncing. It needs to consolidate more and like define itself. Like this is still kind of a flag. There we go. This actually doesn't look terrible. There's a bit of a struggle going on. Look at that. I mean, we did bounce off 104.45 right here. We got a 50-cent bid ask to the upside though. 20 cents now. It's risky. Like a block order would put us at 105.08. So if they're covering right now, yeah, I think they're just waiting for low bids to come in. Because if you go like a thousand into the order book, we're at like 106. So I think they're trying to avoid. Yeah, I think this is covering, and they're trying to avoid jumping the bid or jumping the ask. That's what it looks like. Because if you watch algo, like the algo orders come in, and you watch the order book over here, you'll see that like a buy order won't come in until a new low ask pops up. So they're waiting for an ask to buy into. But this is a time crunch, right? Because if they have to cover something, they only have till the end of the day, probably. And so they can only do this for so long, and then it has to like, then they have to cover more volume faster. It's not a catch. This is just common. They always do this when they're covering. But you can determine if it's like buy pressure from the long side, right? Because long side would just buy a block, or short side buy pressure where they're trying to not jump the ask. Like you'll see the price just stall, like stagnate until a lower ask comes in, and then the price will jump up. I mean, we might push higher. Yeah, we might push for like I don't know. I think there's a pretty significant amount of resistance up at 110, but not a lot of buy pressure to get us there, frankly. A few thousand shares. It looks like we're going to break to the downside of this. Or we're just still consolidating. Let me see. Maybe we weren't really getting a wedge. Not a fan of that. I need to watch this because I have the 0 DTEs that I need to get rid of. Well, buy pressure is duty because it's them buying, right? And unless the ask side fills in and they can buy another large block without too much price improvement, they're going to stall and wait. Especially with options at 105, right? Because they don't want to push those in the money because that, like, so, you know, here they start driving 100s into the money, right? And that's going to cause more pressure to the upside. And then, you know, they turned the price around at 106 and they pushed it back down, but now they're trying not to buy as high. Looks like a descending wedge. A little bit. We'll see. If we get the turnaround here, yeah. But it's still locked in this channel. Okay, yeah, so we are getting the turnaround. So yeah, Stefan, you're correct. It ended up breaking into a descending wedge. You guys can probably use this later on to determine how these play out. I don't like tracking it by the volatility spikes, though. You sound like you know what you're doing. Ever consider trading for a living? No. Why would I do that when I can shill super stonk people out of their money? It's risk free. I'd love to see 150. The last $5 in my account can only get 150 0 DTE. I'd love to get it even like $100 off of 5. I mean, if we get some momentum, you might see some profits on 150s. But we've really got to push towards max pain, which it's like start trying to break out, but it's not looking good. Ooh, that's bad. That's a rejection. Oof. Oh, but people are buying. Hold on. Oh wait, I'm scrolled way down the order book. Fucking bid gaps. And this is why you don't day trade GameStop. Because the second there's a gap in the bid, they short the fuck out of it. We might still recover. Don't forget, this support's strong. That's definitely dead though. Spy drop. Ah. Spy's just super fucking choppy right now. It shouldn't matter if they're covering. We'll inverse the spy. This is the January run-up chart. I hope so. Yo-Yo posted a bearish update. Okay. If we know retail isn't selling, who's selling to give them liquidity? Institutions? They just create liquidity synthetically. Did we miss snack time today? I haven't, yeah. I am hungry, but I'll just eat later. It's whatever. I mean in the lit exchange. That is in the lit exchange. Rock and Rando. Synthetics aren't traded exclusively in dark pools. I see your DRS and raise you 20 million synthetic shares. How do they create synthetics? Through bona fide market making and through ETFs primarily. Halal Guys has gross food. It's disgusting. It's just not good. There's so many better places. It's like the McDonald's of Mediterranean food. The whole Apex taking back custodial DRS shares is kind of spooky, if true though. No, I mean that's Apex's job as the clearinghouse. DDS up 2.5%. Nice. Just needed to go up another. I just needed to go past 340 and I'm good. How's it possible that it looks like short interest is going down, but the stock not going up? When did short interest go down? Short interest should be really high right now if reported recently because I think it gets reported next week. But all those puts would have piled on a ton of short interest, at least on the reporting side. I'm sure broke my. I always remember. Not a breakout yet. We need to cross. We really like to confirm a breakout. We need to cross like 106, 105.80, 106, like right here. So like we're breaking up from the wedge, but it's yeah. See, like it can get defeated if we don't continue to see sustained volume. I have LRC. I don't care about it though. I bought it at like 30, 40 cents. It's just and I don't own a lot of it. We bought like $500 worth or something like that. We're getting a sustained move up. It's good. Hold on, I got to check some crypto I have. No, it's supposed to be going up. Listen up now. He's telling us how to watch the chart with zero DTEs on the line. Gold. I mean, zero DTEs that are in the money. So it's not like that hard. With Hinkashi, how does one tell the difference between regular Hinkashi smoothing and a scallop ascending or descending? Hinkashi smoothing makes a lot of things look like scallop patterns. Kind of does. Yeah, I agree. Volume, probably. So like length of the candlestick. Stefan? Like if you're seeing increasing volume, like we saw on the test of 106 before. This is more sustained. This is good. And it's continuation of the earlier trend. If we look here. This is bullish. I think we're going to break 106.50. Exercise some options. I mean, the only zero DTs I have are here in WeBull, and I'm not exercising shit in this account. I have $18 of buying power left. But I'll sell these and use them to buy more options. There we go. Also, Stefan, if you want another interesting thing with the Henkei candles, you see the way it's pulling away from the trend line? That's an like this because it's smooth, this is significant. So this indicates like a divergence. So it's and it's gonna spread out more, right? Because the next candlestick's gonna open like up here. Relax. We're up $4. Oh, that moves. There we go. Don't dance. I'm gonna dance all over the fucking place. Jesus, look how quickly the Febs are improving. It's almost like they weren't complete dog shit. See, this is the value of having time till expiration on your options. These are up significantly already. Is this bullish for Monday? Yeah. Oh, they're still bleeding, but you know, imagine a run to 150 or something significant, like an actual breakout out of this shitty zone that we're trapped in. VIX is going up. SPY stabilized. Looks like I don't see it slipping significantly. Looks like it's trying to go up. Yeah, it's going up a little. God damn, my support resistance lines are good. This is from like 4 days ago. I have 3x to my 0 DTEs, which is cool. Green Fridays on GameStop. That's rare. If only you slept as well as you drew lines. Do we leave this aforementioned shitty zone and hit the demand zone again? I mean, ideally. Please, you have incredible SRs. I literally watch replays and streams and study how you do it. Please, please, please do a course on drawing SRs on the new YouTube channel. It's like, it's just practice, man. Dude, Jan 28th 160s bought yesterday are taken off. I'm feeling much better in the face of this Jan 21. I just want people to get rich, man. We start breaking 120 and I'm going to start feeling like I'm really right about a lot of things. So just warning you guys now. That's my demand zone. Why are we green on a Friday? I don't know. The manifesting worked, Carl. I did exactly what you told me to. I put my rocks in the backyard under the full moon last night. And then, boom. So, sell to cover. I have to call an options desk. Yes. Hey, Macross. What's up, dude? Violent upside potential? Violent upside potential. Trash Dan. Going up. I feel like it's less creepy when I stare into your eyes when I'm green. You're not getting ignored, Paris. What do you want? I have now 5x to my 0 DTEs. This is amazing. More up. Not less volume, more volume. Go, go, go. Oh, you bitch. Don't consolidate now. Why are you consolidating? Mm. Oh, that was a good sell. Hmm. Now we see if we find support and continue to go up. Think long institutions really want those leaps in the money? Probably. The question is like, how hard will they push for it? We should plan some celebration for when we break 200 again. The celebration will be me making money on the fucking calls I bought. Stop being a big baby, Paris. There's like 2,000 people in here, and I answered your fucking question. FTD cycles are not as clear as they were in quarter one, 2021. Overlapping obligations cause the numbers to be less predictable. Volatility windows are smaller, so price action is less guaranteed. That makes sense. It's a good sign that the second candle wick didn't drop below the first. It's a bad sign that this did. I wasn't in a ska band. Give it a second. Right, we still have this, right? Actually, this goes like all the way back. I don't love that, but it's probably fine. It's this, and then Can you please fulfill my parasocial needs? Yes, Crizzles. I'm not hating on ska. I just wasn't in a ska band. I was in choir. The ratios were better. Fuck you, you're a nerd. At least I don't live in New Jersey. Will you do a sing for us? No. I don't do that. It was like a 9-to-1 girl to boy ratio in choir. That's why I joined. I also know how to play the violin. I'm a Renaissance man, trash Dan. Can you play the skin flute? No, but the Dans can. Do you still own a violin? I don't. I did up until like a couple years ago, but I haven't played it in a long time. What if your velvet voice is the catalyst? I don't think so. Revealing your violin skills has made the chat very excited. No, I think the bounce on the upper trend has made the chat very excited. If we close above 150, I'm not going to be able to sleep on my stomach all weekend. My wife is attracted to you. Thanks, Cry. Tell her I said I appreciate it. That's my favorite musical, Elena. No, that's a lie. It's Phantom of the Opera, but that's my second favorite musical. Thanks, Sahib. What's up, Bradistonic? Sleeping like the letter Q. You won't fall out of bed. Interesting. Does FOMO kick in around the exuberance line? Yes. Release Guybrush. I need to now that the trend broke down. Wait, that's whale teeth. Nope. Why is that all of them? Cardi VWAP. I shouldn't put him there. Fickle. Nope. Why is that on there? God, my OBS is a fucking mess. None of these are labeled. I'm clicking that one and nothing's even showing up. There's Thickle. Nope, that's a chart. I can go. That's Jerome Powell. Dancing Pickle? Yeah, Dancing Pickle's good. Where the fuck is Guybrush? That's that one. That should be Guybrush, right? Hold on. I gotta find Guybrush. There we go. No, Nancy Pelosi announced her retirement, didn't she? Kawhi Stefan. For my DMs. I don't see this. You know, you guys think this might be different from a typical hedge fund type environment. No. Check out XRT. It's being very dramatic today. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we want to break there. Break out? I think this might be. Let's see. Is that the long term? I can't hold that. More price improvement. Yay. Any thoughts on the Gerard Butler Phantom? It was terrible. He's an awful singer. I started watching you before Thanksgiving with a green GME account. And today I'm 7 numbers red, including 0.72. Thanks for the education. You got it, man. $3,000 sell wall at 113. 7,000 sell wall at 107. This didn't go well for them last time, though. If we break 120, what sort of expectations does that create for you? A test of 200 becomes far more likely next week. Can ETFs squeeze? Maybe? No. Not in the sense that you're thinking. Dr. Dave, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon.
This isn't good.
Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man.
We slipped the trend, so we're looking here. 106.13. If we can hold it, yeah, made 30, that's good, but we may not. VIX up 8%. I'm aware. Nesquick, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added. Which song do you want? You want the chant? You want the Mo money? You want the Not a Cult song? Let me know. Chant? All right. It's too long, Danimals. That's really the like outer edge of what's acceptable here. Did we really diverge that much?
Yo.
No, it was better before.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pitbull fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Oh no,
We
where
some
was this?
GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
SPY approaching 440. Oh, I should move this while I'm here. Okay. We'll see. Fucking holidays. Ooh. Right up in the Discord for your reading pleasure the next time you're doing a plugin. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that. It's 715% SI. It's perfectly reasonable. Ban Guybrush? He's slapping that ask. Ask not what your son can do. Ask what you. Too much. Any chance we were off on the date count for FTDs yesterday, given the difference in volume between the two? Don't forget that those can be covered by market open the following day and transacted via dark pools, and those dark pools may not settle or conclude the trade until later in the day. Every FTD and like T plus due date has a range of time. Like it can be covered all the way up until the due date, right? And then it could also be covered the next morning. And then since order flow is sometimes internalized or obfuscated via dark pools, then sometimes that can print later in the day. But it always falls within the same window. It's annoying because it's hard to pin down. Bro, do a dark slide? I can't dark slide. I'm not fucking Rodney Mullen. This is why 126 is potentially your roll date, right? Yeah. Yeah, CNS runs twice a day too. Update on those 110p. They were selling them off earlier. I'd imagine they've continued to sell them off. The fact that they've held them for so fucking long, I mean, they've lost, even though they're in the money, they've lost a shitload of value. They've held them, some of them since last week. A lot of them since last week. So they're just, I mean, they're really trying to hold that line at 110. I think it'll be difficult for us to break it. Because even now, like they're selling a lot of them off, but I think a decent number are still in place. What's interesting is it looks like they're selling there's some like sell volume coming in on out of the money puts, which is probably pretty bullish. It's hard to tell just by that. The OI is decent. I would say we're seeing 120s being sold. The 150s still kind of look bought though. Those are sold. Oh, I wasn't showing you guys. I'm sorry. So I think someone's selling a lot of April 14th 120s. Always going up. It's like right at the bid. Finally stepped up. Oh shit. Pickle me Elmo. Dude, thank you so much. Which one do you want? Hit me up on the Discord, by the way. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Q. Wait. Get Q's. You're a dillionaire. Q's are reserved for the pigeon whales. You can't just Q everyone. Jesus. We're on a tight ship here. Pickle me Elmo. LOL. Silly poor. All right, you're getting a song. Thank you so much, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion.
I've doubled my money on the call I DM'd you about this morning. Should I hold or take profits? You can wait and see how this breakout goes. How far out did you buy those? Hold on. You were looking at January 28th, 115s. I would watch this trend. If this, how much time do we have till the end of the day? I mean, you're not in the money yet, and you have another week. I think next week we're going to see continued price improvement, but I mean, you could get out now and get back in next week and protect yourself from any like after hours shenanigans. What's the penalty for unauthorized cooing? Is it still a weekend behind the dumpster? Always has been, always will be. Is the real Roaring Kitty still here? We don't know if it was actually Roaring Kitty. I think it was not. I like to maintain the illusion that it might have been, but realistically, it probably wasn't him. It's leaps. There's big leaps today. Now do a thing where we run to 120. That'd be dope. What do you think of Jan 28 150 calls? I'm thinking about picking one or two up. I'm not a huge fan right now. It's very near dated. I don't like weeklies on GameStop. I can't express that enough. I only bought the 0 DTEs today because like it was pretty obvious that we were on the way to a breakout, right? So I bought them like here somewhere. And I thought we would have broken out earlier, but I was just buying them on the confirmation of the like reversal. Um, I do not otherwise like weeklies. I think you should give yourself time and theta and be near the money, not $42 out. So it's a risk. I'm not saying you won't make money on them, but it's risky. You say you know traders who make a living off it. Are any of them long like you? A living off what? Yeah, you can't put links on the YouTube to animals. But the SoundCloud link's in the Discord, guys, if you want to listen to it. Did you get a Ko-Fi without a message? Did I? Maybe. It probably got censored. Hey, Gurk. This is one of the quants. We're starting to get really hungry. Could you come down to the basement with those Cheerios and no milk you feed us? Also, could you uncuff me from my desk? My nuts itch. Nope. Keep doing what you're supposed to be doing, Jay Fresh. I know it's you. You're always trying to start shit. Also, keep quiet. You guys keep screaming in the background, and it confuses people. Are quants lower than the pores? It's a different type of relationship. TA doesn't work on stocks this volatile. No, TA doesn't work on manipulated stocks. That's the thing people say. Check DMs. You're getting just super bullish trash. I love it. It'd be better if it was the scene where he's singing If I Were a Rich Man. But yeah, it's not terrible. Okay, Chicken Tender Daddy. That's a lot of Kawhi pickles. It's not a bad calf, JCS. I'm just not sure why you pulled your sock down halfway. You could have used the sock to accentuate the calf. Going back up. Let's see if we can break 110 on the second test. Do you have any February calls that are worth money yet? No. I wish. Is thigh highs are a gift from God. Uh, Steel City Dave, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson. I appreciate it, man. Hit me. No, you don't. Just listen to your song. Stefan, I hope you're learning shit so you ask me fewer questions. See the divergence? This is the benefit of if you nail your support resistance lines and your trend lines. This is one of the benefits of Henkin Ashi candles is this divergence from the trend. The wider that divergence, the more likely a breakout is. At least in backtesting. This is decent. I think we're looking good. If MOASS ends up being a bust, are you gonna shift your channel to crypto and show your own Dilcoin as the world's first DPi-Fi? Maybe. The current price action results of the puts that got sold earlier. Puts being sold, not fully sold. Update Reddit. Yeah. I should do that. rejecting? Maybe. It looks like it's just consolidating right on the resistance. Is there any sell walls? No, probably just conditional orders. Justin McCorkle, thank you so much. I'm not modding Moonman. There's a Ko-Fi. Hey Girk, I was wondering if I could join the quant team in the basement. I want to help that guy with the itchy nuts. You're gonna have to reach out to him on your own. Hey Skirt, PSA, if you pretend to shake salt on your tongue, you taste salt. Interesting. Sounds like you're really high. It's okay. It is 2:53 p.m. on a Friday. Are you able to estimate expected volume based on the puts that are being sold? Does it match up? I have no fucking clue, man. We don't have like real time data for the puts being sold. Or a 15-minute delay, and you got to batch. That's just a pain in the ass. I mean, you can try if you want to. And if they're not hedging calls appropriately, I'd imagine they're probably also not hedging puts appropriately. But a lot of those puts were getting exercised yesterday. I'd imagine they're still doing that today, given that they've held them so fucking long. What's the difference between sold and fully sold? Well, they've sold off some of the open interest is closed out. Some of it's been sold. But there's still a lot of like open contracts. If that's what I'm not sure what you're asking, Smooth, but it wouldn't be the first time I've had difficulty understanding what the fuck you're talking about. Sorry, I got stuck on a call for work. That's okay. I don't care. But not sure if you acknowledged yet today, but XRT short interest jumped 300 to almost 715%. Cool. Brenda and Ellis Fun Adventures. Thank you for the picture of the dog. When XRT C35 to FTD date from 12/19-ish, February. What do you think this is? Crypto? Yeah. Hand me down. Thank you so much. Thinkorswim has real-time options trades. Does it? It says real-time data, but it rarely is. I'm on Ko-Fi trying to select. You can pay for it with order book, I think it is, or whatever the fuck that's called. And that's probably far better than what we're working with. But I don't like give people money for financial data. It irks me. I'm on Ko-Fi trying to select Supreme Pontiff, but all my money is in DRS, and they have a sell limit of $240,000. Thanks, man. Serious question: shaved or unshaved calves? You know, I just wear pants a lot, so my calves are bald, but they're not shaved. Send you an updated pic in the Pigeon Wheel chat. There you go. Well, no, now you've pulled the sock up too high. See, you've really got to find a happy medium, or buy socks that, you know, don't cover your calves. That's like a knee high. What are you doing wearing knee highs? If those open put contracts aren't closed by end of day when they expire, what exactly happens? They probably just exercise them, right? Because there's still arbitrage. Like, they'd still make a profit by exercising them. But that creates exposure. I mean, if they want to keep the price down next week, that's not good for them to do. But Fidelity shows open interest in the 110 puts down from 2,393 to 458. Interesting. What's the volume? I should really keep Active Trader Pro open. Wonder how many of those were exercised versus sold to close or sell to close. Buy to close. Buy to close. No, this is failing. The trend is failing. This is fallen out of the trend. Trend dead. New trend. See where we can find support. That's the name of the game now. Shorts are disgusting. Why would you, first of all, why would you pay money, the same amount of money, for half a pair of pants? It's like paying full price for an options contract that only covers 50 shares. It's just not good value. Oh, from the friction between my calves and the pants leg. Rubs them bald. $105, 1 week and 2 week view up at 105. It's strong because of the longer time frame view ups, plus 2 of them, plus stacking. Cool, man. Thanks, Elena. Too tight? No. Tight enough. Problem is calves are too big. It's just can't find a pair of pants to hold them in. It's Friday. It usually gets weird on Fridays. I expect nothing less. Looks like we're turning around on the EMA 60. Maybe not. Hold on. It just slipped a little. Nope. More down. Your shirt is short sleeve. Yeah. Yeah, but then if I wore shorts, I'd have hairy calves, which is disgusting. Present and Pidgeotwell chat. Extra special part at the end. Thanks for letting me know. Was it your calves? Did you put your calves at the end? Are you guys going to do a calf competition again where I say I'm going to judge it and then I don't? How significant would it be if we closed at our current price? Not very. Power Hour song. All right.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have
Fuck
a
you, lentil
liftoff.
burrito. Sorry, guys. I had to grab my nut mix. These nuts. Mmm. Wondering your opinion on Apex. They're a really big clearinghouse. What about them? Apex is the enemy? No. People are just stupid. They're reversing DRS? That's probably because people DRS shares to somebody who's not licensed to manage IRA accounts, retirement. What are they called? Retirement something. Not on the IRS list of non-bank trustees. Computer share isn't. ACATS or ACATS transfers are not guaranteed. They can be pulled back. Yeah, it's almost like custodially held shares can't be registered to your name. I wonder why. Maybe because they're held by a custodian. And so if Apex is facilitating transfers to computer share and there's a default in that transfer, they can pull it back. It's not a big deal. Apex, so evil, doing their job. Ridiculous. They're all fast participants. They can basically do whatever the fuck they want. Oh, I know what it is. Because you guys thought you would beat the system by writing your name on your shares. That's not how it works. They'll steal your homework anyway. You're about to get Karened by the DRS Mafia? They've been doing it to me for months. I don't give a shit at this point. Nancy Pelosi, as I announced my retirement, I want to thank everyone for years of support as I fleeced the poors. I mean, represented my constituents. As a gift, I decided to sell some of my puts. Much love, Nance. Thank you, Nancy. Nancy's going to retire as the best trader that Congress has ever seen. Thoughts on SPY end of week? What is dead may never die. What? I respect her trading skills. Don't act like you guys wouldn't trade fucking inside information too. People are greedy pieces of shit. You never clap for any of us. She's a better trader than you. Oh, Elon. You're an even better trader than Nancy. Imagine an economy just entirely controlled by influencers. This is why DFE is quiet. DRS allows RC to make his move to his exchange. Yeah, I've got a bridge I can sell you. Guys, quit selling. There is some good money in bridges. I stopped pulling punches a long time ago. Trader? Yeah. Just the truth, man. Isn't DFB under some kind of radio silence order? Yeah, because if he said anything, if DFB tweeted a different ticker, it would immediately be pumped and dumped. And the SEC would be up his ass with a tiny flashlight faster than they can load the Pornhub page. It happened because computer share, you cannot register custodial shares in your name. So Apex is pulling them back because they are the clearinghouse, and they went, oh, you can't do this. And they said no. Why are they allowed to do that? Because ACATS allows them to. ACATS transfers are not guaranteed. It's very simple. It does not mean DRS is working. It doesn't mean it's not. It's just a nothing burger. I think it's significant because people have been Apex has been allowing people to DRS in a process where the shares are in an account with Apex as a primary and the individual listed as the beneficiary, and they're no longer going to participate. Probably because it exposes them to risk or other legal complications. Jason Everett. Is Koala banned? Yeah, because he said a bunch of stupid shit. Not about the stock, but about other things. He was going off about using licking toilet seats to like hone his immune system to beat coronavirus or some shit. That was enough for me for the day. That's the EMA 180. Maybe. Stop playing it. GME themselves pointed on DRS amount in the last filing. No. Those numbers are reported by ComputerShare, who is asked continuously to report those numbers. ComputerShare is the transfer agent for GameStop, which means that the numbers on the 10Q that are reported by them. I'll say it again. Ryan Cohen's not sitting at his desk ensuring that the DRS fucking numbers are in the 10Q. He's not telling you things through his cryptic tweets. He doesn't care. End of story. He could have launched MOASS at any fucking time this entire year if he gave a shit about you getting rich. He's there to run a company that he bought very cheaply. Hopefully, he does it well. That's all. Posty McPosterson, thank you so much, man. Well, because most companies don't have 5% of their float closely held. DDS does. 70% of their float is DRS'd. That's 65% more than GameStop reported. What are they doing today? Nothing. Thanks, NW. You know what? I don't like your attitude. Okay. You don't have to watch. You can just do something else. What Citadel doesn't know is that I already got a paper share and boofed it. So they can never buy back the float. No, I just had Fidelity send it to me. I'm allergic to purple, so. Do you deal with the DRS brigade every stream? No, just on the busy ones. Exciting days like today, where people are feeling bullish. How's that anti-DRS? I just don't think it does anything. You can do it if you want to. What makes you bullish then? If RC doing nothing and DRS clearly not working and them controlling the float price, RC's not going to do anything for a while. I don't need him to. As far as a long-term investment goes, I just need him to grow the fucking company and make it bigger and better and increase the market cap. I don't give a shit if he never says anything. It's much more valuable for him to actually do things than to talk about them. As for the rest of it, if the price bounces up and down for 3 years, I'll just make money on that, right? If that bouncing becomes volatile enough and we squeeze, awesome. Talk is cheap. It takes money to buy whiskey. Are you feeling suicidal? No. Never have. Probably never will. I just like 4x 0 DTEs. I feel fucking great. What have I done? Nothing. I just own the stock. What have you done? In 3 years of investing, I might actually get to work at Wendy's, but I'll still get to hang out with you. Don't worry, Turd. We'll be able to start our parking lot REIT soon, man. We're gonna make so much money speculating on parking lots. Fuck. Shh, don't spill all the secrets, Ken Griffin. I didn't say no squeeze or MOASS. It can happen. See, the problem is that you think that there's some fucking somebody's just gonna like come down from the heavens and bestow MOASS upon you. Which, you know, I understand that thought process, I guess. What the fuck is going on with this? Hold on. There, nope. There we go. That's not how it works. If a short squeeze occurs on GameStop, it'll occur because it's driven by asymmetric risk in the market, or someone recalls a bunch of shares. It's probably not going to be handed to you by Ryan Cohen. To either exercise BBIG calls or sell the calls and buy either more GME or buy GME calls. If calls, what is your friendly opinion? I think BBIG is a big piece of shit, and it's lost like 40% of its value in the last 2 days. Thankfully, I got out of it before I incurred any loss. GameStop can't recall their own shares, even if they're all DRS'd. You can recall them by DRSing them. A corporation is not allowed to recall their public float. They can recommend that people do. They can facilitate a corporate action that incentivizes people to recall their shares, like a split. What's the first thing you do after the stream? Be honest. I go and I sit and I close my eyes for 15 minutes to try to get like the burning of this lamp that's in my face all day, like out of my field of vision. Porsche didn't recall their shares. They just said they owned the company. There was a lot more to that. But no, I'm not on medication. I had some coffee today. The massive puts at 50 cents? Is that the ones you're referring to? Nothing. When the ones that are in the money expire, up. I'm trying to manifest bullish momentum on the stock. That's why I'm green. What do you do during those 15 minutes? Absolutely fucking nothing. If only you'd listen to me about the ring light. That's what I have, but it's not a ring. It's like a big panel, and it just shines in my face. I love hearing you use RC's own tweets against the people that think he's almost godlike and he alone will start MOASS. People forget that last gen didn't come because of DFV. It came because in place market systems and cycles outside of anyone's control, not RC or DFV. To be fair, DFV RC's buy-in very likely catalyzed the influx of FTDs that caused the run up last January. So not entirely, but yeah. There were other things already in place, but it did help catalyze those. Lenders can recall their shares whenever they want, not GameStop. There's a difference. The lenders are the owners of the shares. GameStop does not own its public float. It is owned by its shareholders. Hence, public. Cohen buying, no. Well, obviously one created a massive amount of buy volume, whereas DRSing shares is just transferring them. So no, DRSing shares is not the same as Cohen buying in. Also, Cohen's shares are not in computer share. They are registered to his holding company. What do you have against RC? Why aren't you showing him respect? Why would I show him respect? Just undo. I'll show him respect when he turns the company around and makes me a shitload of money. He says a job. You're failing at simping. Respect is earned, not granted. No. I give someone respect when they prove that they can do what they set out to do. That hasn't happened yet. It was cheap. 10% of GameStop was cheap back then. He spent more money on fucking Apple than he did on GameStop. Mike Spickle, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon.
What happened?
Got the van
Did that get cut off?
CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, straight trades, this is popcorn code. When
Oh, my headphones,
I'm
yeah.
on my own boat, sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Thank you for keeping it real and educating us degenerates. After all, we may not like it, but it's better than making things up. May Lady VWAP shine upon you, and may you have the best Dan service you behind the Windies. Thank you so much, C. Dan Queen. Halton to close? I'd like to see another test of 110. Greg sets his expectations so low and appears to not have big dreams. It's amazing he's made it this far. Why? I just have a realistic approach to investing. You don't need hopium. I've tried to tell people that since I started doing this. The facts are there. You don't need to make shit up. I mean, they're incentivized to fucking bring the price of the stock up, aren't they? Given that essentially their pay is down. That's good, yeah. You shouldn't. That's a reasonable thing to put expectations into. I'm not saying he can't do it, Woo. Or I'd want somebody else in his place trying to do it. I'm just saying until he does it, I don't give a shit. Many a successful person has tried to turn around an unsuccessful company and failed. No, it does not, Seacraft, but thank you. I was wondering if you would see that bipolar bear. You also told people to remove emotions from trading, yet here we are. I know. A lot of you guys have been in it for a year now, right? Or closing in on it. That's 30% gains right there. Not bad. Beat the SPY. I think the market crashed. No, just holding 440. Is it safe to say you're no longer expecting MOASS? But if it does occur, it would be welcome. Oh, I think a lot of the conditions currently present on the stock could trigger a short squeeze. But I think the probability of a short squeeze is small. So a lot of things have to line up in a very particular way for that to happen. But yes, it's definitely welcome. You know, I actually haven't, Dr. Dank. That's a good idea. Been offline lately. What's going on with your Feb calls? Oh, they're way down. Up a little bit today. Narrative's not changing. Give it to me straight. A 715% an unreasonably high amount for an ETF to be shorted. Yeah. What's your 3 to 5 year price target, assuming a moderately successful campaign by RC? With no share splits, maybe like 5. Moderately successful, 350 to 5. If all your money's in Feb 18 options, you just want the price of the stock to go up, Poker DGen. AMD is in its demand zone. It's very cheap. I think everything is in place that needs to be in place for a short squeeze to occur. Will it happen? No one knows. I hope so. Because they just create shares in ETFs, dude. Here's the mistake with that line of thinking, Alex L. That the system of revolving door for shares and how DRS can be the solution for that is that they'll get those shares either way. Even if you DRS them, they will make more shares of GameStop. They will make them in ETFs. They will FTD them. They will sell them into the lit exchange, dropping the price, and buy the FTDs back for less, creating volatility in the underlying until there is enough pressure where they get fucked behind a wall of FTDs, and then you have a chance for a short squeeze. That's coming up very soon. Lots of FTDs coming in. Is it going to cause a short squeeze? We'll see. I think everything that needs to be there is. But DRS doesn't really change any of that. That's the issue that I have with it. It might give us some better upside volatility potential. If the borrow rate starts to spike, the lack of available shares in the lending pool could make a difference. But we're not there yet. And currently the shares that are DRS'd are not at a number high enough that the effect would be that substantial. Remind them who's in charge of it happening. Retail via options exercising. Yeah, I mean, if people do that, first we need price improvement. Then you need people exercising options. That fucks them. Fucks them right in the glory hole. What are your thoughts going to Monday, seeing that we didn't drop much down below 100? Do you hope to see price improvement, if any? It's tough to say. Not a lot of the call chain in the money at this price, but lots of puts exercised, which could create some gamma exposure next week. Based on the way they stacked up the puts, I don't think they really give a shit what happens to the price next week, as long as they keep it down today. So with that downward pressure off the stock, I could see us starting to move back up towards, you know, our average price around 190. With the FTDs coming in, that movement could be accelerated. We could overcorrect. Overcorrecting means, you know, lots of options would go into the money. If those options are exercised, you know, the price could continue to improve as we go into, you know, all those FTDs in early February. So we'll see. Please come back and scratch my nuts. They itch so badly. I knew it was you. Do you think an NFT marketplace will be announced in the near future? I mean, I just hope they announce a completed product. You know, as long as they give media as little ammo as possible, right? They really need to come out with something groundbreaking, revolutionary. They need to be first to market with it. There's a lot of pressure on them to release something potentially groundbreaking, right? And so I don't think they should take that lightly, and they're not, right? They're not saying shit until they probably release it, which is good. Because if it is all of those things, it's much harder for the media to spin negativity against them. I mean, they'll try anyway, but I mean, you can see how desperate they've already gotten with trying to like release the NFT story as like a leak right? And then being like, oh, people don't like NFTs, look at the price drop. And like nothing actually fucking happened, right? It's all just bullshit. If DRS is big enough, it'll make liquidity suffer. Yeah, but there has to be a demand for the liquidity. What effect will raising interest rates have on the market? Probably a negative one initially, but the growth after, you know, a correction from that would probably be stronger. With so much influence, you could help our community to champion DRS rather than talk it down. You mean spread lies? I won't do that. I will give my opinion on it, which is what I've expressed. I'm not going to advise people what to do with their fucking stock at all. Or their money. If they want to DRS, be my guest. Maybe I'm wrong. How much of the float would be left? Like 40 million shares, Alex. It was 5 million people in October. That's a lot. Since this Apex situation, I guarantee more people will DRS. I know I did. Cool. What bitters? Oh, the one with the paper on the bottle. Agnosta or whatever it is. Those are good. Whiskey? I don't know. I don't care. I don't like old fashions that much. So the Apex thing caused you to register your shares? I'm curious about this. What's the thought process that went behind that? I'm very surprised the 100p are not closed but will expire. Those are sold. They want them to expire out of the money. Those are bullish. Those weren't ever fucking like part of the short position. It's one of the reasons that we had support down there. Why would Apex recall a DRS? I already explained this. You can't fucking DRS shares that are custodially held. That's why they recalled them. Because they're a clearinghouse and they could not clear the transaction. Why isn't Occam's razor in effect here? Why isn't the most obvious answer the right one? Why does everything have to be some like fucking conspiracy? It's so ridiculous. You think these trillion-dollar corporations give a shit? This is a fucking $8 billion market cap company right now. Calm the fuck down. Obvious answer is birds or drones. Hey, Greg, thanks for the weird parasocial relationship you share with your cult members and for teaching mostly the cult. Can't wait to see what next week holds. Hoping a yacht for you and boarding passes for Pigeon Whales. Thank you so much, Dave of the Pigeon Whale Daves. I appreciate it, man. But if they did previously, why is it a problem now? They previously cleared it, and now it's a problem. They can pull back the transaction at any time. No. $1 trillion corporations make fucking mistakes all the time. Constantly. Even more so, the bigger they get. Peloton killed babies. How do you chill on shift search? Which contracts are sold and which are purchased? Sort of by the bid ask. Dr. Dank. So if it's closer to the bid, it's probably sold. Closer to the ask, probably bought. In the mid, you can't really tell. You can look at price action at the time the orders came in, if it's like a large order, and see if any hedging occurred. If there was like a volume spike, short or long. Still pretty new to the channel. But I'm stuck on with COVID. I got to see the credits at the end of the stream. It's amazing. Keep up the great work. Thanks, man. Stopping by on my busy day to say love you, Dad, and love all the rest of you. Thanks, Sean Daniels, rehypothecated Pigeon Whale. I appreciate it, man. It's very possible that it got like the transactions got kicked back, right? If the transaction defaults, then Apex can pull those transactions back. Apex is just a clearinghouse. They're just facilitating the transfer. They're not negative or positively involved in any way. They're not a brokerage, and they don't hold your shares. So if the issue is with Ally, then the issue is with Ally. Just noticed it's my 1-year anniversary of first YOLOing into GME. Congratulations. Learned more in my time following you than the first part, certainly. Best cult I've ever been in. May Lady View Up guide us to the MOASS soon. Thank you, username Accuserface. I blame social media and traditional education. Teaches confirmation bias and ignores how to critically think and investigate. I think there's a lot more at play than just confirmation bias. I mean, it's... Peloton what? Killed babies. Ooh, Turd found some new ETF flows. $128 looking real spicy there, Turd. Seems like Ally was allowing transfers they shouldn't have. Yeah, probably because it's something that doesn't happen very often. And now they've nipped it in the bud. Sort of. A little delayed. Yeah, I saw the April 120s. Those look sold, by the way. OG. Those look like a bullish bet. So, that's good. Pickle won't be sponsored by Peloton anytime soon. Did they want people to forget? Whoops. I just wanted to say you're doing great despite being on mute. Thanks, C Pizzle. So paying attention to this dickhead. I see it. I see it, turd. It's very exciting. All kinds of big things for this coming week into the beginning of Feb. Is that daily flow 10 to the 6? I was gonna say I'm pumped for next week. I wish tomorrow was Monday. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Tanksimus. I'm super stoked for next week too, man. How did you initially get into GMA? Oh, that's a long story. Well, I saw, I think I was in a Wall Street Bets thread and I saw DFE commenting on something. I don't remember what it was. And then someone was like ridiculing his position. And then I got curious as to what his position was. And so I checked his profile and found his stuff on GameStop. And then I found his YouTube. And it seemed like a good bet. Like his analysis was solid. The value investment was obviously there. And at the time I was looking into getting into something for like the longer term. And so it just lined up well and I bought some and then shit happened in January and then I bought more in Feb. And here I am. Do you think they properly hedged for leaps? Probably not. We'll see. Well, I mean, there's the only way we'll know is gamma exposure next week. Ding ding. GG everyone. Another week through. Hey, at least we ended it above 100, right? Say goodbye to the puts for now. We'll see what happens. We're running after hours? Interesting. Yes, it's possible if things start getting exercised. I think today was a good day. I think we held the floor, we bounced back, put a little bit of pressure on their shorts, or at least made them exercise more puts. So that's a positive. Will you come back after hours if we're up 10% or more? Sure. Max Payne was 1 in 25, so they win again. Who? Someone lost for that to happen, right? Overall bullishness. I mean, we closed above 100, and we tested 110. We had some decent up pressure today. We'll see what happens next week. Today's wasn't expected to be super spectacular. It wasn't like we were gonna go to the moon today. So I think most of the pressure is on next week. We'll see if they let up out of these puts and give us some room to the upside. I think they will. I don't think they're incentivized to build another put wall next week, although they may be. But it'll be expensive to maintain, much more expensive than this week. If the market starts to bounce back from SLD, even more so. Next week, biggest week in the whole cycle. Next 2 weeks, right? Next 3? The next 3 weeks are the most important ones in the cycle. Not really 3 weeks. It's like 2 weeks and 2 days. But like the next 9 to 10 trading days are the most important ones in the cycle. SLD, supplemental liquidity deposits. It's FINRA, you can look up the schedule there. Plot twist, DDS announces NFT marketplace. All right, thank you guys so much. I hope everybody enjoys their weekend. For all of you new members, don't forget to hit me up on the Discord so I can add you to the country club tonight. And don't forget the members only stream 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday. I'll see you all there. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful night. See you soon.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulond.